ready to wake up, you're going to wake up. And if you're not ready, you're going to stay pretending that you're just a little, poor little me. And since you're all here and engaged in this sort of inquiry and listening to this sort of lecture, I assume that you're all on the process of waking up. Or else you're teasing yourselves with some kind of flirtation with waking up, which you're not serious about. But I assume maybe you are, not serious but sincere, that you are ready to wake up. So then, when you're in the way of waking up and finding out who you really are, what you do is what the whole universe is doing at the place you call here and now. You are something the whole universe is doing in the same way that a wave is something that the whole ocean is doing. The real you is not a puppet which life pushes around. The real deep down you is the whole universe. So then, when you die, you're not going to have to put up with everlasting non-existence, because that's not an experience. A lot of people are afraid that when they die, they're going to be locked up in a dark room forever. And sort of undergo that. But one of the most interesting things in the world, this is a yoga, this is a way of realization. Try and imagine what it will be like to go to sleep and never wake up. Think about that. Children think about it. It's one of the great wonders of life. What will it be like to go to sleep and never wake up? And if you think long enough about that, something will happen to you. You will find out, among other things, that it'll pose the next question to you. What was it like to wake up after having never gone to sleep? That was when you were born. You see, you can't have an experience of nothing. Nature abhors a vacuum. So after you're dead, the only thing that can happen is the same experience, or the same sort of experience as when you were born. In other words, we all know very well that after people die, other people are born. And they're all you. Only you can only experience it one at a time. Everybody is I. You all know you're you. And wheresoever beings exist throughout all galaxies, it doesn't make any difference. You are all of them. And when they come into being, that's you coming into being. You know that very well. Only you don't have to remember the past. In the same way, you don't have to think about how you work your thyroid gland, or whatever else it is in your organism. You don't have to know how to shine the sun. You just do it. Like you breathe. Doesn't it really astonish you that you are this fantastically complex thing? And that you're doing all of this and you never had any education in how to do it?
What we're going to do with that knowledge and how we're going to speculate and examine possibilities and potentials to ask the big questions. What if? What would it be like? How would it be? The moment we ask those questions, it forces the brain to begin to fire in new sequences and new patterns. It breaks the routine.
I was basically trying to find the answers to what I've often called those four great questions that everybody faces, whether they realize it or not. And that is, who are we? Where do we come from? What should we do? And where are we going? And many people just stuff those questions down, and they want the answers made for them. It can't be done. These things are inescapably personal.
What is truth? What is lasting truth? What is really important to you?
These are questions which I take it everybody has a natural curiosity about. These are the sorts of questions that thinking about them is what makes life interesting.
Physics of mind, physics of thought. What is a thought? What's it made of? Is it made of anything? Does it have its own independent reality?
So these are the kind of things that we have to ask about. These are some of the questions that quantum physicists and so forth are looking at, and some of the questions that researchers of consciousness studies are looking at to try to uncover and unravel what is human consciousness and how we make sense of it.
Why are we here? Well, that is the ultimate question, isn't it? By we, I assume you mean consciousness, conscious beings. That's we. So why is consciousness here?
Do we really think we've used the mass of our brain power? Do you think we've really reached the depth of our intelligence? That would be an insult to us. We're really great beings.
Where do we end? Where do we end and the rest of the world begin? We feel separate when we aren't separate. And of course, one of the big questions is, if everything is mutable and reality isn't set, well, how come it feels solid?
When we ask the great questions, something amazing happens in our mind. We have to stop the routine way in which we think. We have to stop allowing the environment to turn on the circuits in our brain that cause us to think the repetitive patterns that we are so in the habit of thinking on a daily basis. To ask the great questions is to be an inspiration. It's to stop a moving locomotive of our life.
Have you ever seen yourself through the eyes of someone else that you have become? And looked at yourself through the eyes of the ultimate observer?
Science has told us a very bleak story. It's told us that we're some sort of genetic mistake, that we have genes that use us basically to move on to the next generation, and that we randomly mutate. It's said that we are outside of our universe, that we're alone, that we're separate, and that we are this sort of lonely mistake on a lonely planet in a lonely universe. And that informs our view of the world. It informs our view of ourselves. And we're now realizing that this view of separateness, is one of the most destructive things. It's the thing that creates all the problems in the world. And we're now realizing that that paradigm is wrong, that we aren't separate. We are all one. We're all together. At the very nethermost element of our being, we are connected. And so we're trying to understand and absorb what are the implications of that. What does this really mean to me in my life?
Every civilization is a reflection of its knowledge. Civilization is based upon knowledge, the prevailing paradigm. Now you look at the globe today, our rainbow-colored globe, you see arbitrary divisions among nations, among peoples. These are completely random, completely arbitrary, based upon who owned what, at what period of time in history. But if somebody in the future looks back upon our globe of today, they're going to say this is a fragmented world, based upon a fragmented worldview.
Anytime a worldview changes, it will affect behavior, affect society, affects economy. Everything reflects the sense of what the worldview is. So if we imagine the worldview as a giant machine that's there to be exploited, then that's the way we'll do. That's what'll happen. That's the way we'll operate. That's why business goes crazy sometimes, because the nature of the game is get as much as you can. We're living in a closed space. There's a limited amount of stuff to use. That makes a big difference. So how will it make a difference if people imagine that the ecology extends into the mind? Well, there might be a kind of a closed space there too. You start making it dirty and putting in a bunch of bad stuff in there, you're going to end up with a bad mind environment.
In the evolution or the development of myself that I am constructing, so to speak, internally, the thought is what's paramount.
I think the reason that science hasn't really explored these questions is twofold. One is that there has been a significant conflict, if you will, between spirituality or religion and science over the last century. But I think what's happened is that not only have people realized that science does have something to say about spirituality and that we can utilize science to help us understand what the spiritual sides are of human beings. So that's one thing. And the other thing is that as our science gets better, we're able to ask more interesting and more complex questions. So 15, 20 years ago, we couldn't ask a question about what goes on in the brain of somebody when they meditate. But now we have the techniques and the ability to explore that kind of issue. So on one hand, science is developing to the point where we are having the ability to ask these kinds of very complex questions about these very unusual experiences that people have. But there's also a realization that there may be more to these experiences than what we have typically thought of, and that science and spirituality may actually have something to say about each other.
So what the scientists and what the mystics are talking about are not just parallel realities. They are really one and the same investigation. It's just that scientists have been investigating the material world, and the spiritual traditions have investigated not only the material, but also the vital, the mental, and even the supramental, the domain of love, justice, the archetypes, which Plato investigated long time ago, even in the West. So that's the difference. Now we have extended our science to not only contain what the scientists have traditionally investigated, the material, but also the mental, the vital, and supramental, and consciousness itself.
Entanglement is a new idea because it's arising out of science, but the concept of a connected universe is as ancient as we know. I mean, like the fundamental principles in Eastern philosophy is that everything is entangled, but they didn't use those words. But that's basically what the models are from Eastern philosophy. So, you know, we have that as a historical basis for these kinds of ideas. It's called words like cosmic consciousness or collective consciousness. And the new part is that science, through very different means, has encountered this aspect of the world and is now beginning fairly rapidly, actually, to learn the nature of it.
East has met West. There's a lot of flowering of ideas, and many of us who were asked to grow up in one paradigm have to switch to a new one, and that is very tricky.
What is consciousness? Where does it come from?
People have been trying to explain consciousness and try to figure out what exactly it is, what it means for us as human beings, why we even have it. On a simple way of defining it, it has to do with awareness, and in particular it has to do with awareness of the self. That's at least how we as human beings have self-consciousness, so that when we look in a mirror we recognize that it's ourselves that we're looking at and not some other person or some other animal.
One can use all kinds of other words: awareness, self-awareness, sentience, feelings, what people call qualia in philosophy. These just seem to me synonyms for it. They're not elucidating what's going on at the bottom of it. The phenomenon of consciousness seems to me one of the points at which the collision between the scientific worldview and various anti-scientific worldviews are going to be the most acute. And it's exactly for this reason that I think it's an enormously important phenomenon to think about.
We all know we're conscious, and there's no way to explain it in science. It's easier to explain probably how the universe evolved from the Big Bang or whatever it was that set it off, all the way through to the present day. That's easier to explain than why any of us ever has a single thought in our mind. How does something as immaterial as consciousness ever arise from something as unconscious as matter? We assume that matter is unconscious, and therefore our brain cells are unconscious, and all the chemical, electrical activity that goes on is unconscious. How does consciousness come out of it? That's what's often called the hard problem of consciousness. It's actually we're asking the wrong question. And the reason is we're stuck in the wrong paradigm. And that meta-paradigm, the current meta-paradigm, says the real world is the material world. This is the real stuff. Space, time, and matter are primary. But there's an anomaly in this worldview, and that is consciousness itself. And it's a real anomaly because it cannot be doubted. We can't doubt the fact we're conscious. And it cannot be explained. The fundamental assumption that is not questioned in the current meta-paradigm is that matter is insentient. We assume that matter is totally unconscious, and that's where the problem arises. How does consciousness come out of something that is totally, absolutely unconscious? So the alternative meta-paradigm, consciousness is a fundamental quality of the cosmos. Okay, there's a couple of ways in which consciousness is more fundamental, is primary. The first is something I've touched upon already, that consciousness is in everything. We see it in not just human beings, we assume that dogs are experiencing beings. Consciousness is there all the way through. So that I believe what's happened as life has evolved, it isn't that life reached a certain stage, a nervous system or whatever it was, and then something magic happened. At that stage, something, it really is magic in modern science, something magic happened, and out of inert matter, suddenly mind appeared out of nowhere. I think consciousness, in essence, subjectivity, like the interior world, is always there. And what has happened as the complexity of the physical world has evolved, so the images, the forms that appear in consciousness have also grown richer and more complex. This is the first way consciousness is primary. Consciousness is in everything. And the second bit is the opposite is also true. Everything is in consciousness. By which I mean, whatever we experience, whatever we know, is actually an appearance in the mind. We know what is going on is that light comes in through the eyes, hits the back of the retina, triggers electrochemical impulses which travel down nerve fibers to the back of the brain, where the brain very cleverly, in about 1/10 of a second, puts it all together and says, this is what it looks like out there. The brain creates its own image of what is going on out there, and very cleverly ties that in with the sound it hears, the feeling of sitting in the seat, whatever else, and creates this wonderful three-dimensional, hi-fi, surround sound, touchy-feely, virtual reality which we live in.
Reality, what a concept.
What is reality, and is it ever knowable?
When we look at some of the modern scientific views of reality that have tried to get down to the nitty-gritty, we see that at its ultimate level, say in M theory or string theory, that reality is not solid, it's mostly empty space, and whatever solidity it has seems more to resemble a hologram picture rather than material, harsh, solid reality. It's a shimmering reality that seems to be very susceptible to the power of thought.
We have to go beyond our senses to create a new paradigm. Our senses determine everything that exists in our world, but that doesn't necessarily mean that's the end of our world. We have to embrace knowledge that's unconventional, that's in the unseen. And if we can wire it in our brain first, then what has always existed will now be seen by us. That's the paradigm shift.
It may very well be that what's going on inside of you, in your brain, in your nervous system, in your nature of observation, how memory works, how mind works, it may very well be that what is happening there is some kind of observer-matter interrelationship, which is indeed making things real for you, affecting how you perceive reality, how you perceive things, and maybe how you think about the things, how you feel about things, how you sense the world.
The infinite information that the brain is processing every single second tells us that there's more to the world than we're perceiving. However, every single time we're immersed in an experience with our senses, seeing, smelling, tasting, feeling, as we're immersed centrally in our reality.
We know nothing about reality, and all of our sense of so-called reality out there is filtered through our sense organs.
The brain processes 400 billion bits of information a second, but we're only aware of 2,000 of those. That means that reality is happening in the brain all the time.
The eyes are like the lens, but the tape that's really seeing is the back of the brain. It's called the visual cortex.
The eyes are in some senses a camcorder because they are taking that information and they're storing it, but you're not really able to get it to mean anything until you actually put it all together. So in some senses it requires the editor's table to really put the whole thing together, to put the movie together of what your life and your world is actually about.
The only movie that's playing in the brain is what we have the ability to see. So is it possible our eyes, our cameras see more than what our brain has the ability to consciously project?
Well, the way our brain is wired up, we only see what we believe is possible. We match patterns that already exist within ourselves through conditioning.
When Columbus's armada landed in the Caribbean, none of the natives were able to see the ships, even though they existed on the horizon. The reason that they never saw the ships was because they had no knowledge in their brains or no experience that clipper ships existed. So the shaman starts to notice that there's ripples out in the ocean, but he sees no ship, but he starts to wonder what's causing the effect. So every day he goes out and looks and looks and looks, and after a period of time, he's able to see the ships. And once he sees the ships, he tells everybody else that ships exist out there, because everybody trusted and believed in him. They saw them also.
We always perceive something after reflection in the mirror of memory.
The information, of course, first strikes our eyes and strikes the retina, but that information that creates certain nerve signals that then connect back to the primary parts of the brain where the images really begin to form. In the very basic, the primary visual cortex, as it's called, what we would see, lines, shapes, colors, there's nothing really there that we can actually identify or see or even talk about, and we're certainly not conscious of this level of activity. So this is really just the raw data upon which is coming into the world, but we can't make any sense of that. So in that regard, vision itself doesn't really occur in the eyes. It doesn't even occur necessarily in the primary visual area. But if we start to go up in terms of the processing, when we get to a secondary level of processing, we're beginning to coalesce forms and shapes. We may be somewhat conscious of this state, which is maybe associated with something called blind sight. So we have some degree of awareness, but it's still not really that clear, vivid rendition of reality. And that doesn't happen until we get up to the final stages of our processing, which is in what's called the visual association area. And when we see that, this is where we would see this very vivid picture of what the world is about. We see all the colors, we see everything as if we can perceive it to be very real. And not only do we have this very real perception of it, but again, these association areas, as they're called because they associate different pieces of information across the brain, connect this picture with memory banks. We may have an emotional response to it. So it depends on what your experiences have been and how you ultimately process the information that really does create for you your visual world. So the brain itself is really what is doing all of your sensing.
The experiment with the upside down glasses. This man Slater built these glasses made of prisms and lenses so that you saw things upside down. And he had a group of people wear these glasses, and he asked them to sustain wearing them. It was very uncomfortable for them because they saw people sort of walking upside down. But if they kept the glasses on, then after 2 to 3 weeks, depending upon the individual, then with the glasses on, flip, they saw everything right side up. And if they took the glasses off at that point, flip, they'd see things upside down. So what happens is that the mindset was so strong that people walk right side up, that with the glasses on, that mindset created a force to cause the neural dendrites to grow in such a way as to create an inversion mirror in the brain. And then once that hardwired structure was built and you take the glasses off, now it has to dissolve that structure in order to see things the way you expect to see them. It's called neural learning now. We do it all the time. And I think that's the way it goes. The dilemma is people don't manifest a lot of these things because their mindset, the mindset of our world, says that we can't do those things. Those things aren't real.
The physics data tells us that that an object itself is really a simplification for what we call out there. one is particularly when we're looking at atomic and subatomic particles, or atomic and subatomic matter in any form. What we find is how we go to look at it, what we choose to examine it with, actually changes the properties of what we observe to be out there.
Mathematics shows us clearly that the movement of objects are describable only in terms of possibilities, not the actual events that happens in our experience. Quantum physics calculates only possibilities. But if we accept this, then the question immediately comes, what chooses among these possibilities to bring the actual event of experience? So we directly, immediately see that consciousness must be involved. The observer cannot be ignored. Observer is part of the description of the world. So we get the idea that the subject must be more fundamental than the objects. Consciousness is more fundamental.
There's no way that we're ever going to mathematize or put into mathematical formula this very act in which a conscious observer comes up with the answer. People say, oh, the measuring instruments, the recorder records it, and there it is. It's on the tape. It's recorded. You forgot one part of the equation. Somebody has to look at the tape. And until somebody looks at the tape, it ain't recorded at all. Until there's an ear, there is no sound in the forest.
Looking at things involves interacting with them, and it involves interacting with them in a way whose effect can't be minimized, no matter how delicate your technology is.
Ultimately, science says we have an influence on the observed. Strict separability, strict objectivity, where we can stand back and observe nature without really entering into nature and even modifying nature. That strict separability is no longer possible. We understand that now from quantum mechanics. At the very core of life, the very foundation of experience, it's all created by consciousness. The very earliest experience, the beginning of the universe, you could say, is when pure consciousness, the unified field, seeing itself, creates within its essentially unified nature the threefold structure of observer, observed, and process of observation. From that, at that deepest level of reality, consciousness creates creation.
Why are philosophers so passionate about deconstructing the assumptions of the world? They present two very different ways of thinking about the way that the world works and about what we are. So from a classical perspective, we are machines. And in machines, there's no room for a conscious experience. It doesn't matter if a machine dies, you can kill a machine, you can throw it in a dump, it doesn't matter. If that is the way that the world is, then people will behave in that way. But there's another way of thinking about the world which is suggested, it's pointed to by quantum mechanics, which suggested that the world is not this clockwork thing, but it's more like an organism. It's a highly interconnected organismic thing of some type, which extends through space and time. In that kind of environment, what I think and the way that I behave has a much greater impact, not only on myself, but on the rest of the world, than it would if it was a classical world. So from a very basic point of view having to do with morals and ethics, what I think affects the world. That's, I mean, in a sense, that's really the key for why a worldview change is important.
Let's talk about the subatomic world, and then we'll talk about what it's telling us about reality. The first thing I want to tell you about the subatomic world is it's totally a fantasy created by mad physicists trying to figure out what the heck is going on when they do these little experiments. By little experiments, I mean big energy in little spaces and little pieces of time. It gets pretty nutty at that realm of things. And so subatomic physics was invented to try to figure that all out. We need a new science down there. It's called quantum physics, and it is subject to a whole range of debatable hypotheses, thoughts, feelings, intuitions as to what the heck is really going on.
The universe is very strange. There seem to be two sets of laws that govern the universe. In our everyday classical world, meaning at roughly our size and time scales, things are described by Newton's laws of motion, set down hundreds and hundreds of years ago. And they work very well for billiard balls and cannonballs and gravity. However, when we get down to a small scale, when we get down to, say, the level of atoms, a different set of laws take over. These are the quantum laws, quantum theory, quantum mechanics. And at that level, particles may be in multiple places at the same time. They may behave as waves smeared out spatially and temporally. They may be interconnected over great distances. They may be unified into one quantum state, into one state, governed by one wave function. And the borderline, the threshold, this curtain between the quantum world and the classical world is really mysterious. It's called sometimes the collapse of the wave function, because in the quantum world, everything is in superposition of multiple possibilities, and in the classical world, these multiple possibilities seem to collapse to particular definite choices. So everything is in one particular place.
Quantum mechanics guarantees that the deeper you go, the more energetic nature becomes. It's for this reason that nuclear power is 1,000,000 times more powerful than chemical power. Why? Because chemical power represents a molecular manipulation. Nuclear power emerges from a nuclear manipulation. But the nucleus is 1,000,000 times smaller, and 1,000,000 times more fundamental, and 1,000,000 times more powerful than the chemical level. So the deeper you go, the smaller you go, quantum mechanics says, the more dynamic you become. The unified field exists at the ultimate scale of the Planck scale, 10 to the minus 33 centimeters.
The Planck scale is the very smallest level of reality. If we go down in scale, we're at meters, centimeters. If we go down to atoms, they're 10 to the minus 8th centimeters. Keep going down and down and down. Space-time is smooth until we get to the basement floor, the bottom level, where there's a pattern. There's a fabric, if you will. There's some kind of coarseness or irregularity. And that's at what's called the Planck scale, after Max Planck, the German physicist, at roughly 10 to the minus 33 centimeters. And the Planck time is 10 to the minus 43 seconds. So things are very, very small and happen very, very fast. Now, despite the fact that they're very, very small, space-time is everywhere. So the entire universe is created of this thing. And Einstein's relativity says when this fabric curves up, it forms mass, and that's what matter is made of.
Max Planck was given the Nobel Prize in Physics many years ago in Stockholm for his work on the atom. He, along with Einstein, was considered to be one of the greatest scientific minds on the planet. Now, these are the people who need hardcore data. They don't want to hear about hocus pocus and sorcerers and connecting to intention and all of these kind of things. It has to be something they can measure, they can see. These are the people who are what we call operating out of the left brain. So, here's what Max Planck had to say. As he accepted the Nobel Prize, these were his words. As a man who has devoted his whole life to the most clear-headed science, to the study of matter, I can tell you, as the result of my research about atoms, this much. There is no matter as such. All matter originates and exists only by virtue of a force which brings the particle of an atom to vibration and holds this most minute solar system of the atom together. We must assume, now listen to a greatest scientist on the planet, we must assume behind this force the existence of a conscious and intelligent mind. This mind is the matrix of all matter. Now, that is very, very powerful.
When we began to look at small corners of space and little pieces of time, we began to see that the objects that we discovered in these regions of space and time weren't just persistently existing. They were kind of popping like bubbles in bubble wrap. Pop, 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 on and off, on and off. And in order to explain that, we wondered what they were doing when they weren't appearing as pops. What were they before that? Then we did more refined experiments, and we found that we could take objects and let them interact and fly apart, and then measure something about one of the objects, and we'd find that the other object would also change at the same time that the first object was even looked at. In other words, if something popped over here, instantly the other one would pop, whereas if we hadn't popped this one would just pop randomly. So how could pop 1 be connected to pop 2 when they weren't separated? So this gradually led into some notions that there was an invisible connection between everything. Physicists give this a name. They call it entanglement. Or we now speak of it in terms of a state or an invisible state. We call it a state vector or a quantum wave function because it seems wavy. It seems spread out over space and time rather than concentrically localized in one place at one time. However, this wave function isn't just a wave of matter like an ocean wave or a sound wave or any kind of wave of matter. It's a wave of possibility. It's a kind of thought wave. And because it is a wave of thought or possibility or not matter, it's invisible to us. But we can't explain what we do see as matter in these small corners of space and time unless we picture that these matter particles somehow come out from or emerge from these thought wave patterns which are invisible to us.
Quantum mechanics is really the play and display of information, the play and display of potentiality, waves of information, waves of potential electron. And it's important, the word potential. This isn't the world of electrons, it's the world of potential electrons. But when you have to ask the question, waves of what, really? What is the field that is waving? Is it the ocean? No, it's a universal ocean, an ocean of pure potentiality, an ocean of abstract potential existence. We call it the unified field, or superstring field. And that's what we're made of.
Connectivity among all things is a basic constituent of the fabric of reality. It's very difficult to wrap your mind around that. But Erwin Schrödinger said, he's one of the founders of quantum mechanics, that entanglement, which is this idea of this connectivity, is not just a property of quantum mechanics, it's the property. It's the property of quantum mechanics that makes it very, very strange. And it doesn't seem to fit in with our ordinary world, our ordinary experience, but in fact it actually does.
Particles. Back to particles.
They're not matter and they're not energy, they're not even in space, they're not even in time. They are patterns which we perceive as a way of understanding what's going on in this realm, this gooey realm that we can't get our hands into. It's our way of understanding. It allows us to make predictions. It gives us a handle on what's going on, but it ain't the whole story by any means.
Particles aren't really what they seem to be. They're momentary manifestations, momentary poppings of this deeper imaginary realm, this wave-like realm, this implicate order, as David Bohm would say it, this quantum wavy function, as quantum physicists might talk about it, in which there is no particle. There's just this waviness which can spontaneously pop out as particles. So where do they go when they're not in particle? They're in wave world.
If we randomly shoot a small object, say a marble, at the screen, we see a pattern on the back wall where they went through the slit and hit. Now, if we add a second slit, we would expect to see a second band duplicated to the right. Now, let's look at waves. The waves hit the slit and radiate out, striking the back wall with the most intensity directly in line with the slit. The line of brightness on the back screen shows that intensity. This is similar to the line the marbles make. But when we add the second slit, something different happens. If the top of one wave meets the bottom of another wave, they cancel each other out. So now, there is an interference pattern on the back wall. Places where the two tops meet are the highest intensity, the bright lines, and where they cancel, there is nothing. So, when we throw things, that is, matter, through two slits, we get this, two bands of hits. And with waves, we get an interference pattern of many bands. Good so far. Now, let's go quantum. An electron is a tiny, tiny bit of matter, like a tiny marble. Let's fire a stream through one slit. It behaves just like the marble, a single band. So, if we shoot these tiny bits through two slits, we should get, like the marbles, two bands. What? An interference pattern. We fired electrons, tiny bits of matter through. But we get a pattern like waves, not like little marbles. How? How could pieces of matter create an interference pattern like a wave? It doesn't make sense.
You got to understand it's a particle and a wave. Now that you've taken that leap, let's get one step closer to the reality. It ain't either of those either. And it's both at the same time.
But physicists are clever. They thought, maybe those little balls are bouncing off each other and creating that pattern. So, they decide to shoot electrons through one at a time. There is no way they could interfere with each other. But after an hour of this, the same interference pattern is seen to emerge. Physicists were completely baffled by this. So they decided to peek and see which slit it actually goes through. They put a measuring device by one slit to see which one it went through and let it fly. But the quantum world is far more mysterious than they could have imagined. When they observed, the electron went back to behaving like a little marble. It produced a pattern of two bands, not an interference pattern of many. The very act of measuring or observing which slit it went through meant it only went through one, not both.
We're all taught in school that the world is made of stuff, of matter, of mass, of atoms. Atoms make up molecules, molecules make up materials, and everything is made of that. But atoms actually are mostly empty. For example, if this ball were the nucleus of an atom, a proton in a hydrogen atom, for example, then the electron circling this, which would describe the outer limits of that atom, would be out by that mountain over there, roughly 20 miles away. And everything in between is empty. In fact, the universe is mostly empty. However, when we go down in scale, in the emptiness, we eventually come to a level, the fundamental level of space-time geometry, the fine basement level of the universe, where there's information, there's a pattern. It's called the Planck scale, and it's the fabric of the universe. And at that level, there's information that's been there since the Big Bang. So most of the universe, even of matter, is actually empty. Another strange fact is that objects never really touch each other. When I dribble this ball, the atoms of the ball and the atoms of the ground never actually meet.
By the 19th century, we had a picture of physics where matter, stuff, was made of particles, atoms. Atoms became sort of accepted by the modern scientific community in the 19th century. And forces, we said, are made of fields. The electromagnetic field was understood in the 19th century, as well as the gravitational field. The 20th century was more absolutist in its leanings. The 20th century comes along and says, you know what? That particle stuff is overrated. Actually, everything is made of fields. You don't need to separately talk about matter made of particles and forces made of fields. All you need are fields. That should puzzle you a little bit. This podium right in front of me is made of fields. Little vibrating numbers at every point in space are what make up this podium, are what make up me and what make up you. But we feel solid, right? How can it possibly be that something as tangible and solid as ourselves or the Earth can be made of vibrations or oscillations or gradients in fields filling space? Well, the answer, of course, is quantum mechanics. Quantum mechanics is what you need, and when you add quantum mechanics to fields, you make quantum field theory. The motto of quantum mechanics is that what we see when we look at the universe, what we can observe or measure, is in principle very different from what actually exists out there in the universe. In classical physics, in Newtonian physics, there was a particle or a field, that's okay. The particle has a position, it has a velocity, the field has a value, and it has a change in time. And if you tried hard enough and worked carefully enough, you could measure any one of those values with as good precision as you could possibly want to get. Quantum mechanics says that reality is fundamentally different than that. That there's something going on that you can never see directly. That what you see when you look at the universe is different than what the universe really is. And that bugged people when it was invented, and it continues to bug people today. So for example, a spinning top, it turns out that in quantum mechanics, the allowed values that you can measure of the spin of the top are fixed. There's a fixed set of possible answers you can get when you ask how fast is the top spinning. Now the minimum possible answer turns out to be a quite small amount of spin. So you're not going to do this experiment. Even Fermilab is never going to do this experiment. If you took this top and said, can we rotate it the slowest it is possible to rotate a top, it would turn around once on its axis once every 100 million times the age of the universe. So it's very slow. But if you have an elementary particle, then this discreteness of observable amounts of spin becomes very, very important. That's why quantum mechanics first came into our notice when we started studying elementary particles. So this feature that certain observable features are quantized is where the word quantum mechanics comes from. And so quantum mechanics says this idea that there's an electron, a particle, and it has a position and it has a velocity is just wrong. It's not that we can't measure the position and the velocity, it's that there is no such thing as the position and the velocity. What there is a wave function. There is a wave spread throughout space that answers the question, what is the probability that we will measure the position of the electron if that's what we choose to measure. So this is an actual mathematical model of a certain wave function for an electron in an excited state. And this is saying that you're not going to see the electron out here, but you might see it up there, you're not going to see it there, etc., etc. The wave function is what really exists. It's what the field, the equations of physics govern their evolution through time. But when you look at the electron, you don't see the wave function. You see the electron in a position. And that should bother you, and we're still trying to do better. But that's how reality works. So this is quantum mechanics. Glad we got that straightened out. You add quantum mechanics to fields, and you get quantum field theory. So fields mean that the fundamental ingredients of reality are not particles. They're things that take on values everywhere throughout space. But quantum mechanics says when you look at the fields, you don't necessarily see this nice, smooth, undulating fieldness of them. If the fields are only vibrating a little bit, when you look at them, they resolve into individual packets of energy, and it is those packets of energy that we call particles. So particles are just small vibrations in quantum fields. And part of this is actually familiar to you. The light that is coming to us from light bulbs, we know that we can talk about that as a wave, an electromagnetic wave traveling through space. We talk about the frequency of different electromagnetic waves and the wavelength. But we also know that if we look at it closely enough, that light resolves into individual particles called photons. If you're camping, it's late at night, it's dark. You have a friend who's carrying a lantern. Something goes terribly wrong and your friend doesn't like you anymore, so they start walking away. You see the lantern get dimmer and dimmer until eventually you don't see it anymore. That's because our eyes are not the best photodetectors we could get. Frogs, it turns out, have better eyes, more sensitive detectors in their retinas than humans do. A frog that sees that lantern walk away would not just see it get fainter and fainter. It would get fainter and fainter until it starts flickering on and off. And as the lantern gets further and further away, it's just off for longer and longer periods, and the flickers become further and further spaced apart. What the frog is seeing is individual photons hitting its eyeball. What is really happening is an electromagnetic wave is hitting the eyeballs of the frog, but the observation turns that wave into individual packets of energy called particles. It could be just any macroscopic collection of many, many different vibrating fields interacting with a single vibrating field resolves it into these individual packet-like quanta of energy that we call particles. And this explains a lot, actually. This fieldness underlying the particles we observe explains things like, how can one particle change into another one? This was a real puzzle back in the early days when they discovered radioactivity. You know, these days we know radioactivity, but in the early days they were like this nucleus of an atom is spitting out particles. It's changing into different particles. A neutron, all by itself in empty space, decays into a proton and an electron. And now we know a neutrino as well. And people were wondering, like, was the electron hiding in there? What is going on? It's very hard, if the world were really made of particles, to explain how they can change into each other. If it's fields, suddenly it makes perfect sense to us. The W boson is a field that is vibrating, that we observe as a particle, but it's unstable because it has a mass. What do you mean by the mass of a field? Masses are things that are connected with particles. The mass of a particle is just the energy it requires to push the field around. The energy that is required to get the field to vibrate. It's like some pieces of string are easy to shake, some heavy chains require more effort. A heavy chain is like a massive particle, a light little piece of string is like a low mass particle. And what happens is that the empty space before your eyes right now is full of many different kinds of elementary fields that make up the universe. Not just the electromagnetic field, the gravitational field, etc. For every particle that we mentioned in the flowchart, there is a field. There's a W boson field, there's an electron field, there's an up quark field, there's a muon neutrino field, and so forth. And these fields talk to each other. They interact. They're rubbing shoulders next to each other, and one vibrating field can affect the other ones. It can give its vibrations away to the other fields around it. So you have the W boson vibrating. It can transfer its energy into vibrations in the electron field and the anti-neutrino field. So now it makes perfect sense that particles change into each other, create each other, destroy each other, annihilate. It's just fields vibrating in different ways, transferring their energy from one field to another.
This is a water droplet that you're going to see. And in this water droplet, a frequency is being pumped into this water droplet. As the frequency is mirrored in the droplet, you'll actually see the geometric patterns in that droplet. We're going to go from low frequencies to higher frequencies. And what you'll find is this. You'll see that in the lower frequencies, the patterns are less complex. And in the higher frequency, the patterns are more complex. So we're going through a sweep from lower to higher frequency. Earth is essentially going through a frequency sweep. Our fundamental pulse, our base pulse that has hovered around 7.8 cycles per second, now is changing. And again, there's a lot of controversy about what the change is, and we're witnessing the change. As we go through our planetary shift of this pulse, patterns of energy must change to respond to that, just as patterns of energy in this water are changing to respond to this pulse. And we'll begin with simply the concentric patterns in the water. As the frequency begins, every once in a while we'll reach a key threshold resonance, such as that moment right there. And in that key threshold resonance, the entire pattern morphed into a more complex expression of itself, simply because the frequency changed. Now watch what happens. The frequency is still increasing. And watch what happens. As we reach another key threshold resonance, this entire pattern will morph into a beautifully and more complex pattern of itself, again and again. And look at this pattern right here. Look what you're seeing right here. Look at the beautiful geometry. Here is a perfect cube. There's a perfect tetrahedron, a star tetrahedron. In 2 dimensions, we've got the octahedron. Very powerful images of sacred geometry held in place simply because we've achieved the vibratory pattern that allows that in this water droplet. And as the vibration increases, these patterns will become more and more complex. You can see the pulse from where you are. Can you see the pulse actually in the water? As we go into the last set of the frequencies, what you'll see is that the entire, and you'll watch along the outer perimeter, the entire pattern reaches its greatest level of complexity, and then it goes back. As the frequencies drop, it goes back to what it was, the concentric circles, as it was originally. It almost looks alive. You know, you've been offered many times the concept that thought is vibration. Have you ever considered that emotion is vibration? Feeling is vibration. We are always feeling something. We are always emoting something. We may not always be aware of what that is. We carry those patterns with us. As we hold a feeling and an emotion, what we're doing is we are holding a vibratory pattern in the liquid crystal of our bodies.
Has now been scientifically shown to be provable. And what you're going to see now are what happens to particles of sand and other various particles when a sound resonates across a plate and resonates those particles in tune with the sound. Because when we think, we're not just sending out a wave which resonates the energy, we're sending out on a frequency outside of the range of human hearing, we're sending out a sound. Everything is sound. When we think a sound goes out, it resonates the energy around us to that sound. And what you're about to see are some pictures that show this happening when sound is introduced, and how sound takes random particles and turns it into astonishing form. And that's how this universe was created. In the beginning was the Word was sound. So what you're looking at here is merely particles formed into patterns by sound. They were all over the place to start with, just in random positions on the plate. As soon as the sound appears, they form into these patterns, because everything is sound, and it is sound that turns matter and energy into form. Patterns on wings of birds and insects are all the manifestation of the sound vibrations. Every organ in our body resonates to a certain frequency. And when our thoughts and emotions and stress and the vibrations that causes de-harmonize the vibrational state of our various parts of our body, we become ill. We think ourselves into illness because we're affecting the vibrational state of the body. And so every time you think and feel, you're resonating a frequency which is making the energy around you resonate to the same frequency. What you give out is what you create. Here you're seeing mini galaxies just formed by particles and sound. This is how the galaxies and the universe and the solar systems were formed and continue to be held in the structure they're in through sound. If the sound changes, the matter changes, the energy changes. And sound is everything. When you think and feel, you create in sound. This is how the heart beats at a certain resonance. All you're looking at here are interacting frequencies making a beat. And so while the frequency of the heart is at the right level, it beats in the normal number of beats a minute. But when we become stressed, we affect that frequency and the heart beats faster. And so everything is sound, even the human heartbeat, and the interacting frequencies that make it happen. And we've seen the galaxies, and now here are the planets forming, just on a plate from particles caused by sound passing through them. this planet has a resonant frequency. It's called the Schumann cavity resonance. But basically, while that frequency holds, the planet will hold its present form. If the frequency changes, the form will change. It's the same with everything. And here you see sound being passed through ion filings and particles, and therefore creating form once again. And from these pictures, it's hardly difficult to see how the human body is formed through sound resonating energy, and how that physical form is held as long as that sound matrix is held. But once that changes, the physical body changes. So there you've seen, with stunning effect, how sound creates form, how galaxies are created, how planets are created. And all those planets, balls of particles, all those revolving galaxies were merely particles turned into that form by sound.
Most people think that the vacuum is empty. But for internal self-consistency of quantum mechanics and relativity theory, there is required to be the equivalent of 10 to the 94 grams of mass energy, each gram being E equals mc squared kind of energy. Now that's a huge number, but what does it mean practically? If I take the volume or take the vacuum within a single hydrogen atom, that's about 10 to the minus 23 cubic centimeters. If I take that amount of vacuum and I take the latent energy in that, there is 1 trillion times more energy there than in all of the mass of all of the stars and all of the planets out to 20 billion light years. That's big. And if consciousness allows you to control even a small fraction of that, creating a Big Bang is no problem.
Organizations like NASA, British Aerospace, are all trying to tap into this incredible, unimaginably large energy sea. And they feel if they can tap this, we can travel to different galaxies. So they understand that in empty space, there is this unbelievable energy.
When you begin to really grasp this, you begin to grasp the enormity of the energy that would be involved in going down this rabbit hole. What is available for us to use in the future to take us to the stars? The issue is we are perturbing this with consciousness. We are able to, with directed consciousness and intention, we are changing things at the vacuum level, which then allow us to access a new level of physics. So we can do that at that level, not so much at the atom molecule level. That's a secondary effect. So we're already doing it in essence. We're already getting into the rabbit hole by using intention.
We're really living in a thought universe, a conceptual universe. Quantum mechanics is just the play and display of potentiality.
If you put it that there is an intangible world that affects the tangible world of our experience, and if you then say that's what quantum mechanics says, that there is a spiritual world that makes this choice, that there's another world that is intangible, that affects and influences the physical world. Matter is not what we have long thought it to be. To the scientist, matter has always been thought of as sort of the ultimate in that which is static and predictable. And the more you understand the material aspect of something, the more perfectly predictable it is. What quantum mechanics illustrates is that that is simply not true.
The major basic idea that quantum physics implies, which makes us understand this or even think about this new paradigm, the thing which is that there's this underground, there's got to be a realm of existence which cannot be ever touched on or seen, which bubbles into the existence giving rise to our understanding of the world.
The tighter physics have tried to grasp onto physical reality, to understand what it's really made of. What are the core building blocks of life? At the basis of it all, life, the universe, slips through your fingers. And you come up with something that's increasingly abstract to come to the realm of pure abstraction. And that's what the unified field is. It's pure abstract potential, pure abstract being, pure abstract self-aware consciousness, which rises in waves of vibration to give rise to the particles, the people, everything we see in the vast universe.
The first inkling in physics that we got that time ain't what it seemed to be came with relativity. That was the first inkling that time was not absolute. It was not the absolute ruler of the universe.
Thermodynamics says that things unwind and move forward. So that gives an arrow of time. But at the quantum world, in the micro world, the second law of thermodynamics doesn't seem to hold, and things can go backwards or be timeless.
One of the most unpalatable ideas still, in spite of the fact that quantum physics has been around a long time, is the possibility or the notion that the future can have a causative effect on the present. We believe that the past can have a causative effect on the present. I hold the ball, I drop it, it falls. Cause, effect when it hits the ground. But could the ground be the cause of my dropping the ball in the first place?
There have been some studies which have shown that when people are beginning to move a hand or beginning to say something, that there's actually activity in the brain in certain nerve cells of the brain, even before they become consciously aware of what they're trying to do.
A subject sits at a computer screen and watches a series of images, which may be somewhat bland or may have highly emotional content, and they just study their galvanic skin responses, a means of emotion, and they vary the timing of when the picture is going to occur, so the subject doesn't know exactly when it's going to occur. And what they find is that, not surprisingly, the emotional pictures give a much greater response, but that both the emotional and the unemotional responses show up a half a second to 2 seconds before the stimulus actually occurs on the screen. So this may be possibly a very widespread phenomenon of backwards projection in time. The only explanation is through quantum physics.
50 years ago, we were trying to understand the electron. And for God's sakes, the thing turns out to be a wave function, okay? It's a wave. You can't localize it. You try to localize it. It really slips through your fingers. It's impossible to localize. So for a while, we got used to the fact that, okay, there are no particles ultimately. There are just waves. It's called a wave function. When you go deeper into physics and you really try to get a handle on what the wave function is, you localize that wave, and the wave slips through your fingers because the wave actually gets replaced in quantum field theory with something more abstract that doesn't even have a shape. It must be described instead as a simultaneous coexistence of all possible shapes. It's not even a self-respecting wave. It's something more abstract than that. It just slipped through your fingers again. And then when you get beyond quantum field theory to unified field theory, you try to even grasp the nature of that quantum field, which is already abstract, and you end up with something that's pure being, absolutely beyond the intellect to even describe. Pure abstractness, pure potentiality, pure existence.
Two objects, two electrons created together, are entangled. Send one to the other side of the universe. Now, do something to one, and the other responds instantly. Instantly. So, either information is traveling infinitely fast, or, in reality, they are still connected. They are entangled. And since everything was entangled at the moment of the Big Bang, that means everything is still touching. Space is just the construct that gives the illusion that there are separate objects.
We have to reformat all of our knowledge and our present understanding, and we have to be able to combine knowledge in a different way than we've processed it up until this point. It means that we have to step outside the box of our most familiar, most common way of thinking. We have to begin to perceive the question or the understanding from a different point of view. And in order to do that, you have to mix circuits in the brain.
You now can see in numerous labs around the United States objects that are large enough to be seen by the naked eye, and they are in two places simultaneously. And you can actually take a photograph. However, there are states of matter that have been created now in which objects can be in multiple positions simultaneously, not just 2, but actually as many as 3,000 positions.
Light does not exist in the world of space, time, and matter. So what do we make of this thing called the constant speed? I put speed in quotes deliberately. What we observe as speed, I don't think is speed at all. When I observe a light beam traveling from the back of the room to my eye, in space-time, the beginning and end of that light beam are the same. Space-time is bent so they are the same. In my frame of reference, I stretch out that zero interval into space and time. And I always stretch out 186,000 miles of space for every second of time. And if I'm moving very fast, I stretch out that much. Moving slower, that much. Really slow, I stretch out that much. So I don't think c is a speed at all. It's the constant ratio of manifestation of space and time. For every 186,000 miles of space that appears, 1 second of time appears. Planck's constant, the quantum of action, it's called Planck's constant, and here it is. For those of you who love zeros, very, very small, but it's not energy. Energy is erg. This is erg seconds. It's not actually energy. So every single photon of light is an identical unit of action. The normal view of what happens with light is something like that. A photon goes from the point of emission to the point of absorption. From light's point of view, space and time are so warped that the point of emission, the point of absorption are coincident. And the photon is an exchange of action between 2 points. It's an interaction between 2 points which are, from its point of view, coincidence. There isn't a transmission across space and time. Space and time collapse. There is the exchange of an action. From light's point of view, from our point of view, it's different. From our point of view, it seems to cross space and time. And so we say, well, if light got from here to there, how did it get there? It must have traveled somehow. Did it travel as a wave, or did it travel as a particle? Sometimes we look at it, it travels as a wave, sometimes we look at it, it travels as a particle. That's because we have stretched out the zero interval into space and time, and then try to answer the question from that frame of reference. If you look at it from light's frame of reference, and I think the only real way to look at light is from light's own point of view, not from our material point of view, it doesn't need to be a wave or a particle because it doesn't go anywhere. So where we're getting to is sensory forms are in the mind. Color, shape, sound, matter is a construct in the mind. Space and time are part of the framework within which the mind interprets its experience. Wave and particle are just models of the mind. It comes back to what Whitehead said. These are just qualities in the mind which we mistakenly assume apply to the external world. They don't. Out there we just have perturbations in the absolute, which consciousness congeals into this material world we see and then believe in. The same is true, I think, also of causality. Causality is a construct in the mind, something else that Kant was playing with. And again, Jung looked into this. That we think in a causal way, but that doesn't mean the external world has to behave in a causal way. And we think in terms of locality. And what we're now discovering is, what physics is finding out, is the actual world out there is a non-local world. It's very, very, very weird, as Fred was pointing out, very, very weird. It's only weird when we insist on thinking that the way we experience it is the way it is. And in between the two, we have light. Light isn't part of the physical world, it seems. It isn't part of the world of space-time matter. It seems to be the first manifestation of the absolute, whether in the external world or within our minds, is light. Again, in the mystical experience, those deep levels of consciousness, light comes up a lot. People talk about light, the light of consciousness, the inner light, the divine light, seeing the light.
And so this reality is just a frequency range, interpenetrated by other frequency ranges, some which interfere with it, most that are so far away do not even begin to interfere with it. And so we live in our little world, but interpenetrating it are many other worlds that are very different to this one. And our frequency range, this is crucial to understanding so much that's coming today, is tiny. That which exists in the universe, that which we perceive, the electromagnetic field up to a point, and visible light. Visible light is the only frequency range that we can pull into a world that the conscious mind can perceive. Everything else is beyond it. And the electromagnetic spectrum is 0.005%, mainstream science says, of what exists in the universe. Some say it's a bit more, but not much. Visible light, which is the only frequency range that we can pull into a reality we experience with the conscious mind, is a fraction of the electromagnetic field. So, as someone rightly said, humans are basically blind in relation to what we can pull into a conscious reality from what actually exists in the universe that we're experiencing. Thus, this is our world. We can't even perceive through the conscious mind these other levels of the electromagnetic spectrum which technology can. So we have a visible universe which is tiny, and we have an invisible universe which is invisibly infinitive, infinite. And thus what we call a world, what we call the world that we think we're living in, is a tiny, almost infinitesimal frequency band. And if we don't know that, but that which is manipulating this world does, we are in an extraordinarily powerful state of potential manipulation.
This is our current model of the universe. It looks like a balloon that's being inflated that has pennies glued to it. And the pennies are representative of galaxies. And as the balloon inflates, the pennies move away from each other, representing the expansion of our universe. I haven't found anywhere where it explains who's this guy. Look at it this way. When the balloon expands, the lungs contract. So for every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. Some of the first laws of physics. In our current model, the universe is expanding, but nothing is contracting to make it expand. So how is it that the balloon can expand if you're not compressing air into it? If I could choose just one thing that connects everything, what would that be? Eventually, I came to conclude the only thing that's everywhere that connects all things is space. Space is everywhere. Between galaxies, between stars, between planets, between cells, between atoms, and even the atomic structure is made out of 99.99999% space. So the reality we live in is mostly space. Everything you see, all the material world that you think is so solid, is actually mostly space. What you're experiencing as your reality, what you call the material world, is actually 0.0000001% of what's there. Yet we spend most of our time paying attention to that part and forget to look at the space. Maybe objects don't define the space, but space defines the objects. If the space was connecting all things, since all things radiate in the space, and if the space is the source of all things, then that space could not be empty. What we call the vacuum, what we call so-called empty space, could not be empty. It had to be full. And it had to be infinitely full. Very, very dense in any case. If it's infinite, how is it that we get finite structure? How is it that we get a finite boundary? How is it that we have finite systems with like infinity?
Einstein's theory of general relativity covers the cosmic scales and the relationship between gravity, time, and space. Quantum theory covers the smallest units in the universe and predicts finite and linear boundaries. The two theories are at odds, but Haramain believes both viewpoints are interconnected because everything big is made up of something small.
In general, we could define our society in two ways. We've got people that have a tendency to be very spiritual, and these people tend to think in terms of infinities, that infinite potential and all this stuff. And on the other hand, we have scientific people that tend to think in finite systems, closed systems that have very defined boundaries. And the two don't necessarily agree. At this point, this has to come together. And in a very simple way, I'm going to show you geometrically that infinities and finite systems are actually complementary. If we take the boundary of a circle and we define that as our finite space. Now that circle could be a sphere. And we divide that circle so that a triangle is formed in it. An equilateral triangle in this case. Now the universe is polarized. Everything in the universe seems to spin. So spin produces polarity. So we would have a reverse triangle at the same time. As soon as we do this, now we've created a new boundary condition at the next fractal level down, the next iteration down. Now notice that these new boundaries all are centered around a very specific center. That is, each of the boundaries defines a very specific structure in space-time, a very specific coordinate in space-time. And so each of the boundary could be defined as a very specific set of information. Now I can continue to divide the space to produce new boundary conditions. Now I've got another iteration down and another set of information. Now I can continue to do this and create new boundaries again. And at this point, you can imagine that if I give this to my computer, it could zoom in, bring it back up, continue to divide the space, zoom in, bring it back up, continue to divide the space, and it could do this to infinity. However, I would never, ever, ever, ever exceed that first boundary I've produced for myself. So here, I've embedded infinite amount of divisions, infinite amount of information within the confine of a finite space. So in very simple terms here, I've shown to you that infinities and finite structures are complementary. That within the confine of what appears to be a finite space can be embedded infinite amount of information. Think of yourself as made out of cells that are made out of atoms. Now there's about 100 trillion cells in your body and billions of atoms per cell. And imagine that all these cells And all these atoms can be further divided into subatomic particles that can be divided into subatomic particles and so on towards infinity. That would mean that you actually, even in your physical body, have a function of infinity. That is, you have an infinite nature within the confine of what you call the physical world. So you don't need to even have a spiritual concept of your infinite nature. It's actually the way you're made. So what is this really telling us about the universe? I think that a more worthy exploration would be to stop looking for a fundamental particle and start looking for a fundamental pattern of division. Because if we could find a pattern in which the universe divides, then we would have the key to creation. In current quantum field theory, it is necessary for the vacuum to have a very, very high density level in order for us to be able to run our equation and account for everything that's going on at the atomic level. The Planck's distance is supposedly the smallest thing the universe does. You could think of it in really simple terms as the time or the distance it takes a photon to go across itself. It's the smallest wavelength the universe is supposed to be able to do. But I think that there's further definition, there's further structure below the Planck's distance. In any case, using the Planck's distance, which is 1.616 multiplied by 10 to the minus 33, extremely small, billions of times smaller than an atom, what they did is they took a centimeter cube of space and they said, how many of these Planck's distances can we fit in, can we squeeze in into a centimeter cube of space? And if we do that, we'll have a finite number for the density of the vacuum. Basically, how much fluctuation of Planck's distances is there in a centimeter cube of space? So they stacked little Planck's distances full into a centimeter cube of space. Each one have a very specific mass, 10 to the minus 5 grams, and they added all up to get a fundamental density. The result was still extremely large. The result is 10 to the 93 grams per centimeter cube. That is an enormous number. You might have noticed in your bank account, every time you add a zero, it makes a big change. Imagine that you have 50-some zeros and you keep adding. At 93 zeros, right, you've got the density of the vacuum. Well, to give you an idea of how dense is that, imagine that you took all of the stars we see in the universe. There's billions of galaxies, they have billions of stars in them. Some of the stars are even much larger than our sun. And we took them all and we squished them all into a centimeter cube of space. You still wouldn't have the energy density of the vacuum, because the universe is approximately 10 to the 55th gram. So 10 to the 55th gram squeezed into a centimeter cube of space is still some 39 orders of magnitude smaller than the structure of the vacuum, the density of the vacuum. So to think of empty space as empty is incorrect. Space is full. It's full of these fluctuations. It's full of this energy density that is actually the source of all of reality. As we saw earlier, the division of the space can be done to infinity. If an atom has subatomic particles that are made out of sub-subatomic particles that are made out of sub-sub-subatomic particles and so on to infinity, and each one has a mass, then there's infinite mass at the center of atoms. We have a density of the vacuum of 10 to the 93 grams per centimeter cube. is that considered when we look at the atom? No, because in current physics, although that number is used all the time in quantum theory to make our equations work, it is assumed that the vacuum density does not have any physical meaning. We know for a fact now from experiments that actually the vacuum density can be measured in laboratory and has mechanical effects. So if it has mechanical effects, it obviously has meaning in our material world. I wondered how much of vacuum would be present inside the nuclei of an atom. So I looked at the proton, which is at the nuclei, and I started to extrapolate how much vacuum would the proton volume still contain, knowing that there's 10 to the 93 grams per centimeter cube in a centimeter cube of space. How much of that vacuum would still be present in the volume of a proton? I calculated the volume of a proton and found that there is still 10 to the 55th grams in a proton volume. 10 to the 55th grams of vacuum energy is still present in a proton volume. Where did we see that number? 10 to the 55th gram is the mass of the universe. There is the mass of the universe present in vacuum fluctuation, in vacuum density, in the volume of a proton, which is a very, very small entity. It confirmed that the vacuum is truly the thing that connects all things. It showed that everything is entangled and everything is one, and it showed it mathematically. It's one thing to say everything's one, which is some things you find people saying in spiritual worlds. However, this actually proves it. We plotted all the data points again, but in this case, we used mass against radius. We started with universe, and we went all the way down to the Planck's mass. And we plotted many, many different data points in between. We used galaxies, quasars, even our sun. We put even the Earth in there. We used pulsars. And then we plotted our Schwarzschild proton, and it fell almost perfectly on the linear progression. Amazing, remarkable. Our proton mass produced a large gravitational field. It was actually exactly the amount of attraction that we needed between protons to overcome the Coulomb force. The Coulomb force is the force that pushes protons apart. It's an electrostatic charge, just like two magnets that are approached together tend to want to repel if they're the same polarity. Well, the protons are squished with the same polarity into a very small nuclei, and the Coulomb force would be very, very strong. Well, when we calculated for two little black hole protons, we found that the gravitational force was exactly what it needed to be to squish those protons together against the Coulomb repulsion. And this way, we could eliminate one of the fundamental force of quantum theory, called the strong force. And by doing so, we united the quantum world with relativistic equation, with the equations that describes black holes, galaxies, planets, stars, and now the atomic level. The negative space is what produces our material world. Think about it in terms of division of this vacuum density. Think of our reality not as object in the space, but as division of the space. Maybe we could start to find patterns in the division of the space. The scaling law is simple. On one side, we have energy density, and on the other we have a radius. So the graph represents energy in terms of hertz in one direction and the radius in the other. And we started to plot all of the objects we see in the universe. We started with the universe itself. We ran the equations and we took the data that's available to approximate the radius of our universe. And then we approximated its energy levels, and we plotted the first data point. Our universe is too dense for light to actually escape it. If we were to shine a laser in our universe right now, it would get bent a little bit by our local star, our sun. And then it would eventually get to another star and get bent a little bit more. And it would get to another star and get bent by that gravitational field and get bent by gravitational fields of galaxy and all this. And because there's so much mass, there's so much matter in our universe, in its radius, in a closed universe, actually light would not be able to escape it. It would come back onto itself.
The universe was the first data point Harriman charted. He next added galactic centers and stars. They lined up in a linear progression with the universe, an amazing result. If the vacuum is the source of the division, then it divides in very specific relationships. The next step was to see if the pattern continued on the other end of the physics scale.
Now we went from stars all the way down to atoms, right across the quantum world, from relativistic equation to the quantum world, and we plotted the energy level of an atom and its radius. And sure enough, the data point lined up again. Now that's a huge jump. And then we went all the way down to the Planck's distance, singularity, and that lined up as well. All the way from universe, which is immense, to a teeny point, billions and billions and billions of times smaller than an atom. And all this, all the data points in between, lining up so very closely to a perfect linear progression. Remarkable. Showing that there is structure, that there is order, that the vacuum is dividing in very specific relationships. And when we start to look at the relationship between the divisions of the data points, we found that the relationships were very close to phi ratios. The phi ratio is found everywhere in nature. Those Fibonacci sequence or phi ratios are found everywhere in nature, in plants and in flowers, the branches of a tree, the roots of a tree, the nervous system of your body, all of the division that produces all of the arteries and the veins of your body, and so on. All phi ratios, all Fibonacci series. So it was remarkable to find it on such a huge scale. It indicated that the scaling law was correct, that the structure is evident and it is present even on enormous scale. Where is the structure coming from? Most likely from the structure of the vacuum itself, the division of the vacuum. It was clear to me that the vacuum must have fundamental structure. There was another data point that was very interesting. There was this biological entity that makes up the biological world, as if biology, as if your structure is the boundary condition that divides the extremely large to the extremely small. You are the event horizon. it started to make sense that all this organization would include the biological structure. Because when we see our biological world, when we see our environment, when we see our biosphere, it's highly organized, and these phi ratios are found everywhere.
As you know, Mother Nature uses all kinds of mathematical languages. That when we go to understand physical phenomena, we generally find that there's some sort of mathematical underpinning to whatever the phenomena is.
You know, like the Fibonacci sequence? That's like that series you find in nature? Like the face of a sunflower? Wherever the spirals. You see this math everywhere.
Encoded data. How did we end up in a universe like that?
Why should the world behave according to mathematical laws?
And it turns out, in fact, all of our senses appear to rely on sort of Fourier transforms, that they all seem to use the same mathematics. So again, here's evidence that the brain uses the same mathematics to decipher the sensory world as are involved in the making of a hologram, which is, as I say, not proof, but compelling evidence that something is going on there.
Not only that it becomes easier to describe with mathematics, as you go deeper and deeper into reality, mathematics becomes the only way to describe reality.
Sacred geometry was preserved throughout history since it was believed to be important knowledge revealing the secrets of our universe. The secret of sacred geometry is that vibrations or sounds form geometric patterns. Goethe reputedly said that indeed geometry is frozen music. Music is geometry and geometry is music. The basis of the universe is form and pattern. Both are organs of perception, and the phenomenal world we perceive seem to be best understood as systems of pure pattern, or as geometric structures of form and proportion. Due to this, many ancient cultures chose to examine reality through the metaphors of geometry and music. Sound, like word and rhythm, forms the trinity of the shamanic power of language. Sound of a certain octave is reputedly able to produce psychic, psychological, or emotional effects, and also freeze water, kill a man, or break down walls, as in the biblical legend of Jericho. The frequency of 432 Hz is deeply intertwined in nature. However, most music worldwide has been tuned to 440 Hz since the International Standards Organization endorsed it in 1953, following the prior recommendation of the Nazi Party spokesman Joseph Goebbels in 1939. Research suggests that the international standard of 440 Hz tuning generates a deliberate unhealthy effect in the environment and human physiology. According to Brian T. Hollins, it brings about an unnatural 8 Hz change in how we think and how our DNA regulates our genetic makeup. The structure of certain sacred architecture contains within it complex geometry which mimic the biogeometry of life and generate harmonics that have a noticeable effect on people's states of awareness. When combined with the chants and mantras, people could quite literally massively amplify their consciousness. There is pervading the whole universe a single homogeneous resonance, a sound or tone which acts, so to speak, as the awakener or vivifying power, stirring all the molecules into action. Without this resonance or motion amongst the quiescent particles, there would be no visible universe. Alexander Lauterwasser writes in The Creative Music of the Universe, at the physical level, the intricacies, beauty and interrelationships of what could be called the superconscious designs of the universe are gradually being revealed. From this perspective, there is no essential difference between the structure of an atom, galaxy, a chakra, a crop circle, or even the Sufi whirling dervish ceremony. It is only a matter of scale and perception. As above, so below. Within these phenomena lies something, some process perhaps that suggests the superconscious design with its fundamental archetypal patterns and displays of unity.
The mainstay of Greek geometry was the discovery of 5 perfect shapes now called the Platonic solids, after the Greek philosopher Plato, who believed these were the building blocks of nature. It's this almost magical symmetry which made the Greeks believe that these shapes were so important. They associated them with the building blocks of nature: air, fire, earth, the cosmos, and water. These 5 shapes built the natural world.
Professor Robert Moon at the University of Chicago has demonstrated that the entire periodic table of elements, literally everything in the physical world, is based on these same 5 forms. Sacred geometric shapes can occupy both a static and dynamic position. The static position is a low entropy state, whereas the dynamic position is a high entropy state. Hence, geometry can be used for both destructive and creative purposes. To give an empirical example related to the dodecahedron, Moon showed that the last natural element of the periodic table, uranium, was based on the form of 2 connected dodecahedra being torn apart. This rupture creates a toxic nuclear radiation. Interestingly enough, the most intriguing of all platonic solids and the most mystically significant is the dodecahedron, i.e. the 5th element, aether. The ancient Greeks considered knowledge of the dodecahedron a closely guarded secret and feared that this pattern could cause tremendous destruction if misused. Only hints at this pattern's existence were given publicly, as in Plato's famous statement that the Earth seen from above appears like a 12-sided leather ball. Modern Russian scientific research has discovered that there is indeed a dodecahedral pattern to the Earth's crust. The Earth is a living crystal, with energy meridians much like the human body. Further to this, findings in 2003 from NASA reveal that the shape of the universe is a dodecahedron based on phi, the golden ratio. The dodecahedron was also found to have importance in relation to DNA. Dr. White mapped out the relationship between the amino acids across the 3D surface and found that it formed a dodecahedron. The universe is a dodecahedron, the Earth is a dodecahedron, DNA folds into the dodecahedron. As above, so below. As you sit here, millions of cells are splitting, undergoing mitosis, and the whole process is being guided by hyperdimensional geometry. Phi, the golden ratio 1.618, is the universal constant of the design within the physical, i.e. phi cycle, reality. Phi can be found throughout the universe, from the spirals of galaxies to the spiral of a Nautilus seashell, from the harmony of music to the beauty in art, from the microscopic to the macrocosmic. The constant symmetry of the golden ratio throughout nature also attests to the holographic nature of reality. In the 15th century, Fibonacci discovered that if you add 1 to itself, then 2 to 1, then the sum 3 to 2, and the sum 5 to 3, etc., then you end up with a series of numbers 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13, etc. The ratios of these one to another dance around and approach more and more closely to the golden ratio.
This is pretty powerful stuff that we're going over. I mean, there's no anthropologist or biologist on the planet who can explain this one. How the sunflower evolved a bunch of spirals in it. It's seed pod design, and how those spirals exactly lead to a golden ratio Fibonacci series numbers. Unbelievable. The architect's fingerprint is absolutely everywhere, and it's in you. You are a piece of that fingerprint. And hey, you might realize that your consciousness is also, and that there's no joke in saying you're created in God's image, and you can therefore take part in the power and creation of the intelligent designer.
What is dividing the vacuum? How does it divide? What is its structure? How does it become coherent? Is there a fundamental geometry that defines it all?
Many famous physicists found supporting data from historical manuscripts, including the founder of modern physical science, Isaac Newton. And German astronomer Johannes Kepler used geometrical concepts often found in ancient knowledge to elaborate the mechanics of our solar system.
Various traditions around the world, the Mayan, the Incas, the Egyptian, including the Chinese, the Japanese, and so on, had made very geometric structures all around the world. One of them is Teotihuacan, amazing complex north of Mexico City that included the Sun Pyramid, the Moon Pyramid, the Way of the Dead, and many complex structures all around it. Not only did this ancient complex portray the movement of the planets and their orbits relative to our sun, but as well had a fundamental mathematical constant that related a tetrahedron to a sphere. Why would the ancient Mayans represent this very specific relationship between a tetrahedron and a sphere? Maybe, just maybe, they were trying to deliver a message throughout the ages about the importance of that relationship. The structure of the vacuum as a tetrahedral structure, and the sphere as the boundary condition that divided the space. And I found that not only these mathematics were portrayed in the relationship of the buildings in that complex, but that the complex itself, positioned on the surface of the Earth, mapped the relationship of a tetrahedron in a sphere. It was very significant, and it wasn't a coincidence.
Energy events across the solar system frequently happen along or near the 19.47 meridian, which is the base of the inverted tetrahedron in the Earth's sphere. The pyramid system at Teotihuacan in Mexico lies on this meridian, as does one of the most active volcanoes on Earth. Kilauea in Hawaii has been erupting continuously for the last 19 years and shows no sign of stopping. The largest volcano in our solar system is located on Mars, and it too is located in this vicinity. The well-documented red spot on Jupiter, a large vortex-like storm larger than the Earth, is also stabilized near this critical 19.47 latitude.
Buckminster Fuller, that had done much work in describing complex geometry relative to our reality. And Buckminster Fuller came to conclude that the fundamental blueprint of the universe was what he called an isotropic vector metric, or a four-frequency isotropic vector metric. There is 20 tetrahedron in the four-frequency isotropic vector metric. 10 on the bottom, 6 in the middle, 3 on the third floor, and 1 on top. And it makes a larger tetrahedron when it's put together. When you put tetrahedrons edge to edge or edge bounded, you get octahedrons in between. Octahedrons are pyramids base to base. Emphasis on the word pyramid. One isotropic vector metric could not be alone. It had to be polarized. and so I stacked two on top of each other. However, now I had another problem. The two on top of each other didn't make a sphere, it made an egg. And the concept was that the tetrahedrons produce the sphere that divides the boundary from infinitely large to infinitely small. Eventually realizing that I had to push one into the other. I didn't want to distort the geometry of the tetrahedron, but when I actually got the two so that they would produce a perfect sphere, I realized what these other negative space were for. In fact, the one metric was awaiting its better half. It was not actually complete until the reverse metric was inserted into it. And when it was, all of a sudden, these other spaces were there to accept the reverse tetrahedron. Like one tetrahedron male metric was waiting for its counterpart. It was remarkable. It was the polarities coming together to produce the perfect sphere. And the resulting geometry in the middle is a cuboctahedron. Why is a cuboctahedron important? Because it's the only geometry in perfect equilibrium in all vectorial possibility. And that was exactly what I was looking for. The polarities coming together to produce singularity, to produce perfect equilibrium at its center. This must be the geometry of the vacuum.
If the force of a vector is its length, and two vectors are driven against each other in opposite directions, you will get equilibrium. But it will be unstable equilibrium because any other force in any other direction can break the balance. You could add two more vectors at 90 degrees from the initial point, but in that case, the edge vectors that contain the geometry would be longer than the vectors to the center, creating instability. Fuller realized that the edge vectors and the vectors to the center have to be the same distance. This creates a hexagon, or in 3 dimension, a cuboctahedron, or vector equilibrium. This structure must be the geometry of the vacuum, since in perfect equilibrium, all the forces would cancel out and appear to us to be empty space.
However, the vector equilibrium in the middle was completely covered with tetrahedrons, but the edges of the metric still had open faces. I was looking for perfect symmetry. So I had to continue adding tetrahedrons to cover those faces. I had already 2 isotropic vector metric of 20 tetrahedron each. That made it 40. I had to add another 24 tetrahedron to cover all of the faces that were open faces on the edge of the metric. 20 plus 20 is 40, plus 24 brought me to 64 tetrahedron. This turned out to be a very significant number. Not only a number found in many ancient traditions, but a number that is found in many natural processes. The 64 tetrahedron grid kind of bloomed in to a whole new understanding of the structure of the vacuum. It was exactly what I needed. It had an equilibrium at the center that was actually surrounded by another equilibrium. And you could visualize this structure growing in perfect fractal octaves from infinitely big to infinitely small. I had not only my polarities producing the equilibrium and singularity, but as it did, it produced fractal structures that could be scaled from infinitely big to infinitely small. It was a true 3-dimensional fractal structure. And it grew in perfect octaves. This metric could actually be built in a completely different way as well. It could be built out of 8 star tetrahedron, each made out of 8 tetrahedron each. The 8 star tetrahedron coming together produce the 64 tetrahedron grid. Each star tetrahedron are built by 8 tetrahedron, have their tetrahedron pointing out, radiating out. And when they come together, they produce the vector equilibrium in the middle, which is 8 tetrahedron pointing in. The radiative side and the contractive side of the event horizon. This has all of the elements necessary to map out and describe the structure of the vacuum. The key to the knowledge necessary to understand creation.
When Einstein wrote General Relativity, he described the structure of space-time as curving to produce a gravitational field. This was a change from Newton, who believed gravity was a force generated by the object itself.
Imagine a trampoline with a mass on it, like a big ball, and the trampoline is curved by that big ball. That trampoline surface has elasticity. And then imagine that another ball is put on the trampoline. That other ball would appear to be attracted to that first one due to the curvature of the surface of the trampoline. When Einstein wrote these equations, he didn't solve them. He just wrote the concept. He wrote the equation necessary to describe the concept. There's something strange about the way our physics has been addressing spin. We might have missed something in the way we were describing spin in our current physics. If the gyroscopic effects are added, that means that the trampoline is not curving smoothly, but it is spinning as it curves. That space-time has a fundamental spin. Just like water going down the drain doesn't go down the drain straight, it spins as it goes down the drain. And that produces a fundamental torque. So torque and Coriolis effect had to be put back into Einstein field equations. Instead of a spherical smooth surface, Coriolis effect were involved, and the surface was not a perfect sphere, but a torus. A torus is like a donut. It has a hole in the middle. And the result then was a dual torus structure. Because of Coriolis effect, one donut would be going in one direction and another donut would be going in the opposite direction. For every spin, there's a counterspin. Just like the weather patterns that we find on our planet, where hurricanes spin in one direction on the north hemisphere and spin in the other direction in the south hemisphere, and they meet at the equator, but go back to the poles and meet at the equator again. This animation shows the movement of a particle over the metrical space of the structure of space-time imbued with torque and Coriolis effect. All of a sudden, you can see that the information can move to the poles in towards the singularity and back out at the equator and back into the pole, and thus you get this feedback structure that could be found at the atomic level. For instance, this could be an electron and a positron, or at the stellar level where we see the plasma dynamics around the sun that produces the same dual torus dynamic, or at the galactic level. What's in the middle of a torus? What's in the middle of a donut? The hole, right, is space, the vacuum. And this is why the vacuum connects all things, because the vacuum divides not with the complete boundary of a sphere, but with a torus in which the vacuum is at the center of every object. It's the vacuum which is infinitely dense, and that connects all things. It explains many different things, including the way magnetic fields are produced and where the origin of spin was. Not only is spin inherent to the structure of space itself, but it is prevalent at all levels if the structure of the vacuum acts like a fluid, acts like water going down the drain. we know that the electron and the positron exchange and disappear and reappear and disappear and reappear. It seems to exchange across the vacuum. That is, the vacuum fluctuates, produces an electron and fluctuates, and then the electron disappears. The electron carries the information from the material world to the vacuum, informs the vacuum, and then the vacuum informs back the material world when the electron comes back out. And so we actually are constantly appearing and disappearing at a very rapid rate, at the speed of light. Did you know that half the time you're the vacuum? Who are you when you're the vacuum? And what are you saying to the rest of the universe when you're informing the vacuum? From this model of the double torus, we started to have an understanding of why consciousness emerges. Consciousness demands feedback. In order for you to be self-aware, you must know that you exist. Thus, it demands feedback. This structure of the double torus allows for the feedback between what's coming from the outside that's going back to the inside, informing the vacuum, coming back out the outside, and as it comes back out the outside, the vacuum informs us of the result of the information present in the vacuum. It is an exchange between your internal understanding and experience of the universe and the relationship of all the understandings put together in the vacuums affecting yours. So you're not creating your reality, you are co-creating your reality with everybody else.
But how does the double torus geometry relate to the tetrahedral structure of the vacuum? Two isotropic vectrometrics surrounded by a toroidal field. Each represents a polarity of the Coriolis effect. As the two come together to form the vector equilibrium, the double torus structure is generated. When all the components are producing equilibrium at the center, the result is singularity, and all of creation emerges from it.
This relationship between the structure of the vacuum and the dynamical division of the vacuum based on spin, torque, Coriolis effect produce a complete understanding of the geometry of space and the reality that emerges from space.
The energy in a torus flows in through one end, circulates around the center, and exits out the other side. It's balanced, self-regulating, and always whole.
Evolution means to unfold, to roll out. So the question is, what is the universe rolling out? And what the universe is rolling out is self-organizing systems, and you can see this at every scale. A self-organizing system is a technical term for just a system getting a hold of itself, knowing itself, essentially. And if we go to nature, we can look at and we can see these self-organizing forms throughout. We can see it in the cross-section of an orange, the cross-section of an apple. We can see it in the dynamic nature of a tornado. We can see it in the magnetic field around the Earth, a similar magnetic field around an individual. We can see it in the structure of an entire whirlpool galaxy. We can see it in the structure of a small atom. At every scale, throughout its entire history, the universe has one single project. It's growing toruses. The universe is a torus growing factory.
These toroidal dynamics are visible at various scales. One of them is at the galactic level, which are huge spinning structures with billions of stars in it. Looks like typically big arms of galaxies spinning around, and they have vortices that goes from the center out to the edge of the galactic halo. that surrounds them. Stars move from this galactic disk out to the halo, down the vortices, and back out again. That's the appropriate description even for the atmosphere of our planet. The weather goes from the North Pole down to the equator and then back up, from the South Pole up to the equator and then back down. Even the dynamics on the surface of the sun are very similar. When you look at the solar system embedded in the galaxy, embedded in the cluster, embedded in the supercluster, we're traveling in this boundless sea of infinite torus flow.
This same pattern shows up in modern scientific research. The double helix has an alphabet of 64 codons that are used to encode our human DNA.
From recent data, not only do we find that black holes are at the center of all galaxies, but it seemed that black holes were there prior to galaxies. Black holes are actually a fundamental pattern of the vacuum itself, and that produces matter and then eventually becomes visible to us as a galaxy, a star, a planet, an atom, a subatomic particle. This view then changes our concepts of black holes. Black holes should no longer be written black holes H-O-L-E, but holes W-H-O-L-E. They're no longer just absorbing information, but they radiate information as well. They're black-white holes. If you're on the inside of the black hole, like when you're inside our universe, it appears black. And if you're on the outside of the event horizon, they appear white, very bright. They radiate information, just like stars in our universe. All this relates nicely to many concepts that are found in ancient civilization. Many concepts that talk about the center of all things having God in it. The Buddha is at the center of all things. That the kingdom of heaven is within our center. Many tradition talks about us turning our senses inwards and going towards the center of our existence, to link with the whole universe from the center of our experience. We find this said in many different ways from many masters all around the world in ancient traditions. And in these same ancient traditions, we find very interesting buildings. For instance, take the pyramid at Giza. The Grand Pyramid at Giza is a remarkable building. It's made out of approximately 2,300,000 stones. It stands at 481 feet of altitude. After placing 2,300,000 stones, the apex of the Grand Pyramid at Giza is 1/4 of an inch off center off the base of a 13-acre surface. Is that possible with the means that the Egyptian had 5,000 years ago? Or is it even possible with the means of construction and engineering we have today? Absolutely not. If you calculate how precisely each block had to be placed from the ground up, from the base up, to achieve this level of accuracy at the apex of the pyramid, it exceeds our accuracy with the best tool we have in our modern society today. So, can that really have been made by a bunch of farmers and slaves 5,000 years ago, pulling on vine ropes with logs and so on? When we study buildings all around the world, we find very interesting things. Many pyramid sites around the world seems to represent a very specific constellation in our sky. That constellation is the Orion constellation.
If you view the Pyramid Giza and her two companion pyramids from the sky at night, the three axes line up very closely with the belt in Orion's constellation. Hancock and Bouval discovered that the Orion map also lines up in the same fashion with the pyramids at Teotihuacan, Mexico. The sun, the moon, and a smaller pyramid emulate this connection between stars and structures. This mystery continues across the globe. In China, where three pyramids close to the same size as Giza and Teotihuacan are located, it is unlikely that these alignments are coincidental. Many of these structures also have another commonality. The stones are enormous and include unusual precision carvings between the blocks as well as on them.
We find a very important symbol. The symbol is known as the flower of life. What's intriguing about this symbol is that it's not etched or carved into the rock, but it seemed to be laser burned into the atomic structure of the stone with an instrument that is not easily reproducible even with our technology today. When we look at this symbol and we extrapolate it to 3 dimension, it looks like bubbles all agglomerated together, and it defines the position and the geometry of a 64 tetrahedral grid. Were they trying to tell us something significant about the structure of space in such a way that it could not be erased throughout ages of erosion? Were they trying to tell us something about the technology that was used to move these large rocks along long distances? Well, when we look in ancient Egypt, nowhere do we find an hieroglyphs or a series of hieroglyphs or text that tells us how they built the pyramid, how they moved the stone, how they got the accuracy necessary to do such a job. Everywhere in those texts, they tells us about sun gods, about these beings that seem to have come from very far away in our universe, and that brought information with them, knowledge such as engineering and writing and so on, that they educated the people of the earth with. Very advanced people. Maybe advanced people that were interacting with humans in prehistory, in time prior to our written history. This type of knowledge is found across many different countries, across many cultures. For instance, in China, where pyramids are found. China has symbols associated with their knowledge base, famous symbols. For instance, the yin and yang. The yin-yang symbol is very similar to the double torus structure viewed from above. Associated with this symbol is a set of mathematics, a set of symbols called the I Ching. The I Ching is made of 64 symbols, and each symbol is made of 6 sticks. 6 full sticks or 6 broken sticks. 6 sticks put together in 3 space can only produce a tetrahedron. And when a star tetrahedron is generated, you will be required to break the sticks of the reverse tetrahedron to put it through the other. So by following the I Ching, we can actually rebuild the whole 64 tetrahedron grid. And that, associated with the yin and yang, produces the double torus and the structure of the vacuum. all the information necessary to describe this profound understanding of creation and the structure of the vacuum producing it. Now, when you look in China, you find as well the Forbidden City. The Forbidden City is guarded by the Fu dogs. The Fu dogs are the analog of the Sphinx in Egypt. They are considered the guardians, the guardian of knowledge. And they guard the knowledge by keeping it under their paw. When we look under the paw of the Fu dog, what do we find? Again, the same fundamental geometry of these intersecting spheres, in this case, in complete 3D structure that embeds the tetrahedral array of the vacuum. It's found in the Hebrew tradition, where the Hebrew God is typically represented as a tetrahedron sitting on a throne. Actually, we find that it's a translation of a Greek word called the tetragrammaton. The tetragrammaton is typically represented as a triangle with the letters of God in it in the Kabbalistic traditions. Tetra can stand for tetrahedron. It as well is the Greek word for four. Grammaton, however, has always been interpreted as grammar for the four letters of God, Yahweh. The root word of the word grammaton can be as well grams or gravity and refers to the weight of an object. So now we have a word that includes the tetra and gravity. Now, with these Kabbalistic tradition comes a very important geometry. It is said that if this geometry is decoded, the understanding of the fundamental nature of the universe can be achieved. It is the Kabbalistic tree. It is akin to the tree of knowledge. It's thought to be the fundamental principle of creation. The bottom part of the Kabbalistic tree is a tetrahedron, and at the top part is an octahedron. I could slide the bottom part into the top part, and as soon as I did so, it became a three-dimensional object, giving me all the vortices to produce the star tetrahedron. Now further, the Kabbalistic tradition says there's not just one tree, but there's four, and that there's a principle of mirroring of the trees. If there's four and they're mirrored, that means altogether there's 8. And it says that they all attach at the root. If I attach 8 Kabbalistic trees together and decode them in each one into star tetrahedrons, then I have a 64 tetrahedron grid, and the Kabbalistic tree has been decoded. How do I know that it's been decoded? Because I can actually take the two-dimensional image of the Kabbalistic tree and plaster it back onto the 64 tetrahedron grid. This kind of loop in the code is actually described in the Kabbalistic tradition, where it says that the root is attached, and then the crown is attached, and then the root is attached again. The really interesting thing about these Kabbalistic trees coming together is that when you decode them, it's like they're being compressed into the center, and they become the star tetrahedron. So you actually have the sense of the compressive, contractive part of the vacuum structure. They're collapsing together, producing the star tetrahedrons and the 64 tetrahedron grid of the vacuum. When they are put together, the root of the Kabbalistic tree becomes the singularity.
All mediums, all actions, physical or psychological, all areas of life function with the same basic mechanics of operation. Certain relationships of action-reaction bring about the same results. And these relationships, these movements, are not a blackboard full of formulas. Russell explained the cycle of creation and decreation and all the phenomena of our universe with a three-dimensional space geometry. If you want to know our universe and all the phenomena within, then know just one cycle of the wave. For he pointed out to us that the wave is a cyclic, metabolizing, pulsing whole process, which consists of alternately in-breathing, a charging compression, and then an out-breathing, an expansion and a discharging, repeated eternally. This process is the basis of life and death, the construction and the dissipation of all matter and all the physical phenomena, whether in the macrocosm or the microcosm. Furthermore, Russell told us that all matter is nothing but this wave motion, long before particle physicists began their debate about whether matter is a particle or wave. If you can comprehend the wave cycle as a three-dimensional form made up of pairs of spiraling vortices, base to base and point to point, then one can see the wave. The wave represents the path from the invisible background of energy to the seen and sensed world of matter. If one can think of all particles of matter on a transition journey from a nebulous dissolved state like salt in water on its way to a condensed solidified state, then one can watch creation happen in the mind. Matter is contracted wave motion. Its motion is speeded up from a rarefied state of stillness. It is compacted together to give a solidified appearance approaching a spherical shape. Russell tells us that the background of space has certain geometrical patterns of structure which cause the patterns of motion known as the wave. One force called the centripetal force proceeds inward towards a common center to create this condensation, to accumulate energy and motion into a smaller volume and to create matter. This motion is the endothermic one-half of the cycle. The other force acts 180 degrees to that and is called centrifugal. It attempts to restore the evacuated space by redistributing the accumulated energy back to where it came from. It dissipates, radiates, and expands back to equilibrium. This force causes the exothermic one-half of the cycle. The vortex is the tool which gathers mass into spherical shapes by centripetal spiral motion, first squeezing closer and closer together, and then redistributing that matter by throwing it outward in a centrifugal spiral, like water that is thrown off the edge of a wheel when it's turned at a certain speed. The vortex's centripetal compression compacts the huge volume of potential energy of the cubical wave field into tiny solid spheres. Here is the sphere or particle. This represents the compressed solid of high potential. It is packed closely together. Whether it's an atom or a sun, this little yellow sphere would represent the particle of matter. Now, after the birth and maturity of this mass or sphere, it begins its decaying half of its cycle. The sphere will centrifugally unwind back into space by expanding or exploding slowly, if you will. This represents the sphere after it has reached maturity. When it begins to age, it oblates. It gives off around its equatorial belt in a flattening spiral, which with centrifugal force, redistributing its energy and mass back into space. And this flattening spiral will then become the base of another vortex projection to repeat the cycle of wave formation over and over. Now that's the basic wave mechanics of creation and decreation as presented by Russell. Of course, this process can occur at different frequencies to produce light waves at 186,000 times per second, or at slower rates for all the other electromagnetic phenomena of our universe. But the mechanics of operation is always the same. It is a cyclic, pulsing, in-breathing and out-breathing process. This can represent any wave vibration. This is electricity along a wire, AC current, pulsing, breathing in and out, off and on. First concentrating, then a relax, a release, and then another charging surge. All mediums follow this same path of motion. This is water flowing along, rhythmically pulsing. Concentrating, then breathing, having a second of turbulence, then charging and flowing forward again. This is our breathing in and out. This is the birth and death of suns, atoms, sound, and color, with all the same mechanics, cyclically coiling up to concentrate and solidify, so we can observe an effect, and then unwinding so that effect disappears. It is the totality of nature's creation and decreation. This is why Russell said, to understand one complete wave cycle, you can understand the phenomena of creation. Currently, our technological devices and our agricultural methods are enslaving us, as we have witnessed by the deteriorating condition of our planet's health and humanity's health, which cannot be separated. Our planet is losing its capacity to support life. We are destroying our basic life-supporting mediums, namely the soil, water, and atmosphere. We are not treating our planet as a living organism with needs of her own. We are disrupting the organization of the layers of the soil. We are denuding it of plant cover, not realizing this is the same as damaging a person's skin. It's a known fact that if just 1/3 of a person's skin is damaged, death results. We are extracting the internal fluids of oil and gas and burning them, not realizing that these are the lifeblood and lymph of this organism, Earth, and that they have functions within the planet's metabolism, just as our organs and fluids have within our bodies. We are then polluting the soil with tons of deadly chemicals, and we are even exploding atomic bombs within her bowels. We are creating more demand for water, and at the same time polluting our water sources and channeling water in unnatural ways, making it impossible for nature's water household to perform its natural purification process and to create more water. We are stepping up our oxygen production by burning fossil fuels and industrialization, and at the same time killing off our oxygen producers. Results are showing up as climatic and geological changes, extinctions of thousands of species, and the general accelerating decline in the new generation's health. If we put humanity's impact upon our planet into a time perspective, we will find that if all the Earth's geological time eras were compared to a scale of 1,000 days, the Cenozoic era, which is the era that man has existed upon Earth, would only be 6 hours long. And yet, in roughly 180 years, or the time of our industrial age, mankind's demands have gobbled up recklessly and unopposed nearly all of the natural resources accumulated by the Earth in a course of 4 billion years. From this, that we can see that enterprising human demolition squads did actually manage to dismantle our planet 22 million times faster than the creative forces of the universe could put it together. Now, these are plain and simple facts that any junior high school student can verify. And the embarrassing ethical question is, why do we continue unchecked? Doing without technological devices or our present conveniences. No one wants to give up electricity or go back to hand labor, right? We do not advocate a patch-up technology, nor a system of regulation on the destructive consequences, not just an attempt to undo or to counterbalance, if at the same time we continue the causes of the unbalance and the deterioration. But rather we propose to prove that it is possible to reverse our direction toward suicide by literally reversing our applications of motion in technology and agriculture. And I wish to repeat that because that's a new concept. Literally reversing our applications of motion in technology and agriculture. Why do we zero in on technology and agriculture? Because they have been our greatest impact upon our planet. We have allowed technology to dictate our path and our future. The trends of the future are guided and controlled by the next gadget, which will influence our lives and infiltrate our homes. And obviously these gadgets are getting out of hand. They are of a deteriorating, degenerating nature. We have become out of balance. We're taking more than we're giving. How are we doing this? By building and operating our gadgets and machines on principles that nature uses for decomposition, dissipation, and decay of matter. Therefore, education is necessary to bring the mass consciousness awareness to an awareness of a two-way universe. The Russells' work was interwoven with the sex principle of nature. They stressed the opposites of each and every condition and their balanced rhythmic interchange. Or in other words, the cyclic predominance of one partner and then the other. Now socially, psychologically, and personally, the masses are becoming aware of this need for recognition and cooperation of both sides. Now we must implement these awarenesses into our physical habits, into our physical machines, into technology, so that when inventions emerge, they will be based on life-supporting principles of operation instead of life-threatening principles. Have you ever thought about what principles of operation our science and technology has as underlying laws? Chinese firecrackers, modern rockets, reciprocating engines, jet engines, heat engines of all kinds, all are based on entropy, and they act exactly according to the laws of thermodynamics, which man drew up. Truly, man invented machines as they are, and they will always obey man-made laws. The laws of thermodynamics and entropy deal with explosion, heat, the use of pressure, radiation, and the burning of our resources. Technologists and engineers of today use these exothermic processes. We use heat and pressure more than their opposites to change and move. We use expansion and explosion to push and force our way along in our power and propulsion. We use the radioactive decaying process of nature to capture a small amount of energy as it passes by on its journey back into space. And we are discharging our planet and the life therein by copying and enhancing these destructive processes. Exothermic processes of explosion, expansion, push, pressure, and radiation are nature's methods of decaying, destroying, degenerating her creations. If mankind could but become two-way conscious, it would be seen that nature also composes, creates, charges, builds up, generates. She does that by using the forces of contraction, pull, suction, and implosion, which is a word that means the opposite of explosion. Our message today is that we can copy the mechanics of these generative processes, the endothermic processes, in our machinery instead of the exothermic. And we can reverse our destructive impact upon our planet. Physics usually is a hated subject in school. The masses reject it at the gut level. Most people reject a deeper study into physics or engineering because they have not answered the primary first questions we wanted to know about as a child. Those that you were so eagerly looking forward to when you went to science class. Science starts off filling us with amazing phenomena, telling children the wonders and beauties of the earth and its creations. But when it comes to explaining how birds fly and how plants grow and why lightning and tornadoes have so much power, they don't explain the causes, but they merely start comparing and putting math into observed effects. Now it is time for every citizen to question why and how these things happen. Become aware of what we're doing when we push a button or when we step on the accelerator. To know from where and how that power comes to us, and ask why we are having a deteriorating result around us. We need to link what we're actually doing with what is happening in the unseen and invisible universe. It's really not that complicated. The basic causes are simple, and they can be understood by children. And parallels of the basic causes can be drawn in each area of life.
If aligning with the torus does hold the key to a new form of clean, safe energy access, imagine the implications. This could be the most important technology breakthrough of our times. So who wouldn't want to have an energy source that's unlimited and freely available? That turned out to be a key question. It turns out that scientists as far back as the early 1900s have been developing alternative ways to access electricity without combustion. Nikola Tesla believed he had tapped into what he called radiant energy. Many scientists believe he was accessing what's now called free energy. But before Tesla could finish the project, his financier, banker J.P. Morgan, who had a monopoly on the copper used for electrical lines, recognized how Tesla's invention could transmit electricity without wires. He then shut down Tesla's funding. Tesla's lab was burned down and he was ostracized, all for trying to implement his vision of unlimited energy for everyone.
Energy is extracted from the fabric of the space around us, which means it cannot be metered. That is a direct threat to the single largest industry in the world, energy. It's goodbye ExxonMobil, goodbye oil, goodbye coal, goodbye linear transmission of electricity through power lines, all that gone. Unfortunately, it's someone's $200 trillion piggy bank. The proven oil and gas and coal reserves are worth north of $200 trillion. This information coming out would completely change geopolitical power more than anything since, well, in recorded human history. And it would happen in a generation.
These concepts have been proven in hundreds of laboratories throughout the world, and yet they have not really seen the light of day.
Rather than smashing things together and trying to control the explosion, these new technologies rely on blending, of dancing with what naturally is.
Now here's what science and technology are doing. They are taking only one half of this cycle and copying it, the expansion half. First, they observe the effect of creation, matter, after it has reached a concentrated enough form to notice and sense. Then they measure and assess the amount of energy that has been compacted together. They're impressed. They desire some of that energy. Then they observe that nature will continue the cycle and dissolve that energy by slowly expanding or exploding it. Then they say, let's copy that. Let's do it faster. Let's step up the expansion and explosion and use that energy. We are copying the mechanics of nature's disintegration. We take what nature has created and charged with potential and burn it, explode it, break it apart, never thinking that we could copy the mechanics of the way nature builds it up in the first place. All of our systems of today are based upon the latter half, the dying, exploding, entropic half of this cycle. We know how to analyze, take apart, decompose, destroy everything on this planet by copying nature's decomposing exothermic processes with centrifugal motion. What we need to learn is how to synthesize, create, and generate by copying nature's endothermic process, which uses centripetal motion. Russell showed us how the vortex uses the centripetal force for the creative process.
This is me letting you know.
I'm here speaking because I'm at the forefront right now of the most advanced mathematics ever known to mankind. And because my teacher, Marco Rodin, discovered an unknown mathematical language inherent to nature, and I found the key of how to model it in three-dimensional space. The saying is that mathematics is the language of God, but until now, no one's been speaking God's language. What we have is the grand unified field theory. With it, you can create inexhaustible free energy, end all diseases, produce unlimited food, travel anywhere in the universe, build the ultimate supercomputer, artificial intelligence, and obsolete all existing technology. How is it possible to make such outrageous claims? Because we have the secret that connects all of the world's technologies together, numbers. We discovered that numbers are real, a living language, a jigsaw puzzle that when pieced together no longer creates a rendition or approximation of reality. Numbers are reality. Neither flat, nor arbitrary, nor imaginary, nor irrational. They are actually points or locations that fold out into a 3D shape, defining space and time literally. Mr. Rodin discovered an equation that was so eloquent in its simplicity that it involved no more than 9 numbers around a circle. And with it, you can do all the functions of all the branches of math instantly. It displays a perfect spin symmetry of numbers, forming mirror images just like our two hands, a feat that's baffled countless scientists and mathematicians. When you look at this symbol, you immediately see it's composed of 2 aspects. One is this lazy 8, or the infinity symbol, and the other is the red pyramid at the top. The infinity symbol is the equation for the physical world we live in. It's a circuit or a pathway of motion. 6 numbers that form a hexagon. Thus, such diverse phenomena as light polarizing, beehives, Saturn's North Pole, and snowflakes are all versions of this hexagon. These shapes form pathways for any matter in motion, which is never straight, but always at an angle. Nothing in the physical world ever moves in a straight line, not a bullet shooting, not lightning coming down out of the sky. Everything is a coil, even a photon coming from a distant star, proving relativity exists. Our body is called this mortal coil. Our DNA is a coil, and it's no coincidence that it matches our equation perfectly. It makes us into a vortex machine that sucks things in at the top and shoots them out at the bottom. As it does this, it regulates its own temperature, a really important concept for technologies that are always overheating. It's an imploding, exploding machine, a gyroscope, an antenna built to perfectly transmit and receive waveforms. In fact, Marco's antenna designs are protecting the 4 corners of the United States because they were found to be the most sensitive antennas ever created. Around the same time, he also presented at the largest genetic engineering conference in the world on DNA sequencing, thus proving the ability of this math to cross between the sciences. What's the connection between all these sciences? And the answer is simple. It's doubling. When you follow what these numbers are doing, you get doubling. And why might that be significant? Well, our cells double to create us. We have 1 cell, conceptions, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32. Musical scales are doubling. The binary code for computers doubling. Nuclear reactions, squares and square roots, all doubling. Doubling is motion at an angle, or what's called angular momentum. It's the whirlwind and treadmill of creation. It spins the atoms in our body, the Earth on its axis, the solar system, galaxy, the whole universe. And so what causes this doubling? What is it that's being transmitted and received? And that's where that red pyramid comes in. This pyramid is representative of what we call flux fields. We have electricity. At the center of electricity is magnetism. At the center of magnetism is a flux. It's a higher dimensional energy known by many names such as dark energy, tachyons, monopoles, gravitons. We call it etheron energy. It's the energy that's keeping us conscious and alive, and it's not a static or stationary energy. It's a pulse, it's a surge, it's the beating heart of all existence. This energy is the source of all time, motion, and vibration. It's the only thing that comes from the whole, or the zero, the center of the cyclone. It emanates linearly in all directions, penetrating everything without any resistance. It cannot be shielded. As it penetrates, it leaves a grain. It shows you how things move, how they stick together or come apart. It animates everything. It's the source of the non-decaying spin of the electron. If you combine it with a coil, you get a perfect mathematical vortex consisting of a positive electromagnetic energy radiating out and a negative backdraft counter space, which is the same as gravity. It allows for contraction. Etherons are literally the glue that holds the universe together. Einstein called it an inertia ether. Ultimately, when this is arrayed in true 3D shape, which is what I discovered, it forms a shape commonly known as a torus or a donut. This is nearly 20 years later. What I found was this. Essentially, this thing is a heat sink. It's a temperature regulator, just like your human body. It's a universal geometry designed for maximum efficiency and energy transformation, and an ecological method by which the universe reprocesses matter, using it as a coolant source to bathe itself at the core of a black hole and then dissipate heat away out of a white hole. It's based on compression, decompression, just like we use to control temperatures in technologies like refrigerators. The Big Bang was just one of these reactions giving birth to this expanding universe, which is expanding because we're on the southern half. The northern half is contracting. Okay? Space expands, time contracts, black hole to white hole. The torus is what everything becomes at its maximum acceleration. This experiment you're going to watch while I finish my talk, I want you to keep in mind when you're watching this magnet spinning around, there's no energy going into this coil. It's totally turned off. And I'll continue. Your blood cells are a torus. DNA is a torus. Magnetic field, galaxies, all toruses. That's why a tornado is more powerful than an atom bomb. It's a one-way, living, systemic electrical machine, a self-sustaining jet. You might say a flying saucer. I found a way to calculate this torus in a perfect 3D, 4D, and higher mathematical hologram that can be scaled up and down to infinity, and which we now call the Abha torus. Or sometimes we refer to it by Marco's name, which is the flux thruster, atom pulsar, electrical venturi, space-time implosion field generator coil. And with it, it's possible to create a localized space-time implosion, a controlled desktop black hole. That magnet's still spinning. There's no energy in the coil. This is the final technology, the Philosopher's Stone, a reactionless drive unaffected by any weight that it carries. It's a true model of an atom, and with it I have the key to the periodic table, which a professor from the University of North Carolina told me could be the greatest scientific discovery of all time. We can, for the first time, cross from one science to another, unbroken, whether it's subatomic physics, periodic table, computer science, DNA. Remember, I said cure all diseases, artificial intelligence, all the result of ether-ion flux fields. And so simply put, this torus does it all. It's a blueprint for a perfectly efficient magnetic field generating coil, a spaceship, a surgical tool, a supercomputer, and even a high-fidelity speaker all in one. Are such things possible? Frankly, yes, they are, and my team is ready to develop them at any time. What you see here was just from the most primitive approximation of my work. But the truth and reality of our project is it suffered from a tremendous lack of attention. It has been peer-reviewed by some of the best names in science, but because of our unwillingness to sell it out for private interests, it remains in the hands of exhausted volunteers like myself. Our goal is to create a grassroots energy and technology revolution by turning this information, this knowledge over to the public in an open source project. Science museum exhibits for kids, a simple book, a simple DVD, that's all we're looking to do. And by that, we want to turn it into the hands of the people to produce and save the whole world. So thank you very much.
Life, a miracle in the universe, appeared around 4 billion years ago. And we humans, only 200,000 years ago. Yet we have succeeded in disrupting the balance that is so essential to life. In 50 years, in a single lifetime, the Earth has been more radically changed than by all previous generations of humanity. We know that the solutions are there today. We all have the power to change. So what are we waiting for?
the Mayans, the Egyptians, Chinese, Hebrew, and many others. Were these ancient civilizations from all different points across the globe leaving us detailed information about the structure of the vacuum? And even the fundamental physics of creation? The structure of the vacuum and the fluctuations of energy in it are at the foundation of all our reality, and even the consciousness that animates it. We are in a relationship with the universe at all times, exchanging information on all scales. Has the time come when we can finally wake and acknowledge this powerful connection and even harmonize with it?
I think we are standing at the brinks of this transition. One of the biggest transitions a society can ever go through. A transition from a society that believes that there is limited amount of goods, that there is limited amount of space, and that wars for it, to a society that realizes that they are bathing in an infinite amount of energy available to them anywhere in the universe, and that energy is the source of all creation. A society that understands how this fluctuation of energy function, how it structures, how it produces our material world, and hooks into it, taps into it, and align its technology to it in a harmonious way to transform the way they think of energy and transportation and actually ascend from the surface of their planet. A society that has the capacity to move through their solar system in an easy way and to move through even the galaxy, or even from galactic structures to other galactic structures, or even from universes to other universes. Such a society does not think of the universe as limited. A society such as this one, I believe, is the opportunity that is being offered to us at this time. This is the ride we're on. And I invite you to be a full participant.
We see, don't we, all that we experience is understandable as a spectrum of vibrations. There are different kinds of spectra. There's the spectrum of light, there's the spectrum of sound. We can also think of spectra of smells, of tactile feelings, of emotions, and so on, all down the line. We are, as it were, living in the midst of a woven tapestry of many dimensions, in which the warps and the woofs are all these different spectra of various kinds of vibrations. And as on the loom, the warp crosses the woof, and if you didn't have one, you wouldn't have the other. It takes two to reveal the pattern. So see yourselves as patterns in a weaving system. You wouldn't be here if it weren't for the interlocking of all these different spectra. So then, here they go, and these things are vibrating. Now, when it reaches a certain point, you say, oh, that's too much. When it reaches another point, you say, it's not enough. Why, there's nothing here. I don't feel a thing. No, I'm going to go to sleep. But on the other end, you say, no, you're going far enough. If you go any further, that's going to tear things apart. I can't withhold this tension, see? Now, so some people will say, all right, now relax, take it easy. But often you see the point is you can't do that. So then, what I will say to the person who cannot relax, I will stress his tension. Go the other way. In other words, go with the line of least resistance. Say, okay, you're tense about all this. Now let's get really tense. Let's scream, no. See, get violent inside. This is not to happen, see? But so that one way or the other, you see, it doesn't matter which you go, you'll begin to get into this thing, which is what is happening when the boat of life begins really to rock. yet rocking with it by whatever way is open. But you are not going to force the issue here. Instead of saying to you, you should be doing it another way than you're doing it, I will be saying, now find out the way you must do it and go that way. Now, this is a general principle of an art, and we will find there is a kind of there are limits to this art and how it can be used and so forth. But once the general principles are clear, there aren't many serious problems left. That if you begin to look at it in that way, you will begin to realize that ecstasy, by one road or another, is inevitable. That indeed ecstasy is, in a way, the nature of existence. There is a universe for the simple reason that it's ecstatic. What else is all this fireworks about? It is just like music in this ecstatic thing going off. And you have to be certainly careful in a little way here that any initiation into a deep wisdom is apt at first to demotivate you. You think, what the hell am I doing? And all these projects, and building this up and that up, or doing something to save the world, or so on and so forth. Why, the whole thing is nonsense. Yes.
I'm going to show you how great I am.
One type of random number generator experiment that's been conducted many, many times, hundreds of times, over the past 4 decades or so, since around the 1960s, has been a random generator that only produces sequences of random bits, zeros and ones, like flipping coins. And you would simply ask somebody to press a button, it would produce 200 bits. And you would ask them to say, well, try to make it produce more 1 bits than 0 bits. And when you take the entire body of literature, all of the hundreds of experiments that have been done, you can ask a single question. Did it matter that people were trying to push it towards ones or push it towards zeros? And the overall answer is yes, it does matter. That somehow intention is correlated with the operation, with the output of these random number generators, such that if you wish for more ones, somehow the generators produce more ones. The odds against chance are 50,000 to 1 that the behavior of the random number generators would go in the direction that they did, that were consistent with what intention was wishing them to do.
So when they talk about in quantum physics being a completely arbitrary and random process, what they're not accounting for is the extraordinary effect of human thought, of human intention.
The only thing that can happen in a random number generator that's unusual is to become less random. So we use statistical ways of detecting that. And sure enough, my colleagues Roger Nelson, Dick Bierman, many others around the world have taken random number generators within groups that are doing coherent things, and sure enough, the random number generators become coherent. So the matter becomes ordered. And then they started thinking, well, what would happen if we're not dealing with groups of a couple dozen, but with hundreds of millions of people, all of whom had their attention focused suddenly on something? And as it turned out, that about a month from the time I had that thought was going to be the reading of the O.J. Simpson verdict. So this was an unusual point in human history, I think, in that people knew far in advance that within a fraction of a second, either saying the words guilty or not guilty, something of very high interest would occur, which would attract hundreds of millions of people live. So I figured, okay, we have to do this as an experiment then. I had 3 random number generators running in my lab, and I asked a colleague to run a generator in Amsterdam and another in Princeton. So we ran the generators, afterwards evaluated the results, and sure enough, we saw a spike with odds of 1,000 to 1. When the camera switched from outside the courthouse to inside the chambers, there was like a huge rise of attention, which was reflected in the random generators. And then at the moment that the verdict was read, there was this large spike of coherence in all 5 generators at once. So this was taking an idea that we had seen in the laboratory and scaling it up to the world at large, and it appeared to work. So So this generated the notion of the Global Consciousness Project, which was headed by Roger Nelson at Princeton. And the idea is to take random number generators, locate them around the world, run them 24 hours a day, and every 5 minutes send all the data up to a single web server at Princeton. So we have a continuous record, and we've had it now for 8 years, a continuous record of randomness from around the world. We have data now for two kinds of events, two basic types of events. We have planned events, like Y2K. There's, again, a moment, a stroke of midnight where everyone was going to be paying attention in each time zone. We also have spontaneous events, like 9/11, that weren't planned. So we're able to look at all of them now in terms of what happened to this randomness, this physical measure of randomness around the world, when a lot of minds suddenly became focused on something. And the short story of this is that we have hundreds of events now, both planned and unplanned. And it is very clear that overall, the randomness is not as random as it ought to be, by theory, when these events are occurring. Large-scale events that attract a lot of attention create a certain mental coherence, which seems to be reflected in what's going on in random generators around the world.
This leads naturally to wonder, are people affecting the world of reality that they see? You betcha they are. Every single one of us affects the reality that we see, even if we try to hide from that and play victim. We all are doing it.
Mr. Emoto became terribly interested in the molecular structure of water and what affects it. Now, water is the most receptive of the 4 elements. Mr. Emoto thought perhaps it would respond to non-physical events. So he set up a series of studies, applied mental stimuli, and photographed it with a microscope. Now, Mr. Emoto speaks of the thought or intent being the driving force in all of this. And it's really fascinating when you keep in mind that 90% of our bodies are water.
Makes you wonder, doesn't it? If thoughts can do that to water, imagine what our thoughts can do to us.
We also now have got to the understanding that each molecule has its own frequency, has its own little song. The late, great Jacques Benveniste first discovered this with his work demonstrating that each molecule has a precise frequency, and that when he was able to record that frequency, he could initiate a chemical reaction without the actual substance being there. The other molecule just needed to hear the frequency, and it would react. This was remarkable because it said below that chemical, there is a frequency that is really the driving force of the molecule. Fritz Popp also discovered that the master conductor was not simply the genetic code, as we've always understood, but that there is light coming out of DNA. And so did Peter Garyev, who is a Russian, whose work has been quite remarkable. He's found that DNA is a resonant cavity. It's vibrating, and it's beaming out, almost like a television transmitter. And that there is this layer below what we have understood up until now that is about frequency, and that these frequencies are individual, they're highly targeted, and they can be addressed when we're trying to heal. All of this information can be tapped into. We're now realizing that we can use these signature frequencies that Benveniste discovered to diagnose illness. Popp is starting to do that. Todd Overkaitis is looking at that. That we can also manipulate these resonances, targeting certain disease cells and changing the frequency.
When we have our ordinary sense of the way that the fabric of reality is, it seems like these two places are absolutely in space, they're separate, and never the twain shall meet. But in fact, it's not true. At some deeper level that we can't see with our eyes very clearly, two places in space are the same. They're co-located, coexisting. And so when I'm able to get a telepathic impression from somebody at a distance, it's not because I somehow jumped out there and got it, but because at some deep level, my head and the other person's head are co-located.
We become entitled all the time when we communicate telepathically. Those experiences are so striking. I literally can read your thoughts if I become entangled with you. And such things happen. There are distant viewing experiments.
So let's say you wanted to, you have interested in this notion of entangled minds, entangled bodies. How would you demonstrate that in the lab? The way that we do it is we take two people and we simply ask them to keep each other in mind. We entangle their minds by asking them to do so. Just keep each other in mind. It's the mental equivalent of a physics experiment where you're entangling people. That you wire them both up physiologically. So you might measure the heart rate on both of them, brain waves, skin conductance. You measure what's happening physiologically. Then you separate them into two places so that no ordinary form of sensory leakage can pass between them. So they can't interact then anymore by conventional means, as is done in a physics experiment. And now you do the equivalent of poke one of them and see if the other one flinches. And if it turns out that you can poke that person and that person flinches as a result, or at the right time, that's a way of demonstrating that they are still entangled even though they are no longer in the same place.
If we claim, for example, based on research, that group meditation lowers crime, prevents terrorism, even stops open warfare in war-torn areas, which is absolutely true every time, that's such important research, it needs to be done again and again, published again and again, presented again and again. So I'm a little bit more involved now with the application of the knowledge of unity, how that applies to life, how it can be accessed through meditation and harnessed and utilized through group meditation.
At the end of Entangled Minds, I take 5 or 6 classes of experiments that I've created or that I've analyzed to come up with a single number of the odds against chance for telepathy in the conscious state, in the dream state, for entangled minds and bodies, for mind-matter interaction, for those classes of experiments, which is roughly 1,500 experiments. And the overall figure is 10 to the 104 to 1. So that's a big number. I mean, at some point, you have to say, well, the evidence from these experiments is so large against chance that chance as an explanation is simply not viable.
Many scientists now, many frontier physicists believe there is evidence now to suggest that consciousness is a co-creator, that we are co-creating at every instant. This is not only evident in so many of the studies that I enumerated in the field, but many more studies now of mind over matter in very controlled laboratory conditions, demonstrating that mind has the ability to affect things outside of itself. We also are beginning to understand that we're not little discrete things that are separate, but that our energy systems are just part of a massive kind of ecosystem energy system, that we are affected by planetary energy. There's enormous evidence, and this isn't weird woo-woo stuff. This is the stuff of science now. This is the stuff, there is even a discipline called chronobiology or chronoastrobiology to demonstrate that we are profoundly affected by the sun and other planets, primarily the sun, and the sun's activity. When the sun is very noisy, and the sun is a very furious star, hurling things at us all the time. It's throwing solar flares and all kinds of things like that at us. And it affects our geomagnetic shield. And that in turn affects the two major engines of the body, the heart and the brain. And it also seems to affect our ability to tap into the fields. We are connected to a larger energy system. We're all part of this whole.
Virtually every ancient culture and every native culture has thought of the universe as a unity, as a circle, and man is being central to that. And it was only with the discoveries of Isaac Newton and René Descartes that ripped us out of the fabric of our universe and created this clockwork model where mind is separate from body and that we are separate from each other. And that idea of separation is the foundation of Western thinking. Now, Newton described a very well-behaved universe of separate things operating in space and time according to fixed laws. The idea of the body as machine. The body is this well-behaved machine with the two engines of the body being the brain and the heart, and the whole central orchestra being conducted by DNA. That's the model we have. And we think of various processes being localized in certain parts of the body. What's wrong with that is just about everything. Body is completely decentralized. There is no central brain, in a sense, and that the brain is closer to an antenna receiver. It's closer to a transducer of information, a receiver and a transmitter of information, but not the central repository of that information.
In our conventional world of biochemistry and cellular biology, we focus on a Newtonian belief of a material world. Through the history of science, we focus on the mechanical reality and have let go of the concept of energy and fields as information in biology. That's the Newtonian perspective that says, focus on the matter, don't pay attention to the rest of the stuff. Except that we're now recognizing that the mind, which is an energetic field of thought, which you can read with EEG wires on your brain, or even more interesting is a new process called magnetoencephalograph called MEG. While electroencephalograph, you put wires on the skin and read brain activity, magnetoencephalograph is a probe outside of the head, and it reads the fields of neural activity without even touching the body. So it basically says that when you're processing with your brain, you're broadcasting fields.
Chemical reaction in the body is supposed to be central, and the main reason it occurs, according to current theory, is through molecular collision, so that one molecule collides into another, and that's how they have this information, and how we have a cascade of chemical processes. Now, if you think of the usual cell, a cell is like a swimming pool, and molecules are like a couple of tennis balls in that swimming pool. And according to this theory, one tennis ball is supposed to find another tennis ball in this vast body of water and do so instantaneously. And that is supposed to account for all the millions of instantaneous activities that occur in our body at every second. And that's ludicrous.
The existing control system of modern medicine is enzymes, hormones, not consciousness, not emotions, not body field. All that is there as your control system is enzymes and hormones. And we find this a bit inadequate to explain the whole majesty of human behavior and sickness and the whole darn thing. It's impossible.
Today's medicine still works on the old paradigm of physics, which dates back to the time of Newton and the primacy of matter. Modern physics has long ago eliminated that paradigm and understands that it is not matter, but mind or spirit, which is primary. Though it isn't defined as spirit, but as energy fields, as intelligent energy fields.
We look to science as some sort of absolute truth and a story that's already been written. But the reality is that science is a story told in installments, and every new chapter oftentimes refines or completely changes what has come before.
This intellectual pendulum swing, and it's swinging towards the idea of holism and looking at how an entire system works together. Whereas you see the doctors began to look at how each individual cell works, and they got down to the cellular level. That's all been done for 100 years. Great, we understand it a lot. But we don't understand how the cells talk to each other and how they deal with information.
Pribram was studying memory and found that there's evidence that the brain operates holographically. And Bohm was studying subatomic physics and found that on the subatomic level, the fabric of reality seems to possess properties that are reminiscent of a hologram. So if you put those two ideas together, that our brain seems to be holographic and the universe is holographic, it suggests that maybe it's compelling evidence that the universe may be a kind of hologram, not that it's literally a hologram, but that it's a good metaphor, a way of understanding the universe.
Now, when you say it's holographic, what do we mean, really?
That, in a nutshell, that reality may be more plastic and changeable, like an image, than a solid construct, a sort of sticks and stones world. It has a couple of other implications, one of which is that a hologram has an unusual property. If you take a piece of photographic film that has a holographic image encoded in it, that means that you cannot see the image with your naked eye. You have to reconstruct the image, you have to shine a laser through it. So if you have an image of a rose in the film, shine a laser through the rose, you'll get a three-dimensional image of the rose on the other side. You cut that film in half, shine a laser through each piece, you'll get a whole rose out of each piece, which is a very unusual property and sort of boggles the imagination at first. Cut it in 4, you get 4 roses. Cut it in 8, you get 8 roses. So if the universe is a hologram, it means, as William Blake said, that quite literally you can find the universe in a grain of sand, that every portion of the universe contains some semblance of the whole universe.
So there's the sense about a hologram that there's two levels. One is this three-dimensional image that's projected, and it can look so real that you want to reach out and touch it. And then the other level are these interference patterns.
Right, that reality in a hologram can manifest in two ways, as a concrete image or as this sort of indecipherable blur of energy. And an analogy to this is when you're watching Johnny Carson's new television set, that's really, his image is encoded in two ways. One is as the concrete image on the TV set, one is as the blur of radio waves permeating the living room. And if the universe is a hologram of some sense, in some way, it suggests that there may be two very drastically different levels to reality, that the concrete reality we see, you know, when we look at these chairs and at the trees and clouds and everything like that,
our bodies
are just one way that reality manifests, and that at some deep level there's a level of reality where everything dissolves into an ocean of energy that is holographically interconnected, where every portion of the universe is contained in every tiny area of the universe. If you imagine that you've got an aquarium in which you have a fish swimming, you have a TV camera facing the front of the aquarium, one facing the side of the aquarium, and you have a monitor attached to each camera. Now you also imagine further that you come from a culture that's never seen aquariums, never seen fish, never seen monitors or cameras. All you are privy to is the two images on these screens. He says that maybe, you know, if you look at these two screens, you're going to see a side view of a fish and a frontal view of a fish. And because you don't know what the deeper reality is, the reality of the aquarium, you may assume that these are two separate things. But
two different fish.
Two different fish, two different objects. But every time one fish moves, the other is going to make a corresponding movement. And you may then jump to the conclusion that somehow the one fish is signaling the other or communicating the other to say, hey, do this, instantaneously. And Bohm says this is what we've done with subatomic particles, that we assume that an instantaneous communication is going on, and that's not really what's going on at all. At a deeper level, a very holographic level of reality, every particle in the universe collapses to a sort of cosmic unity. They're not signaling each other. They're like that fish where there's the level of the aquarium. And so what that means, talking about words, is that there is no separation between electrons. Furthermore, there's no separation between people. And this has all kinds of very boggling implications, one of which is that we've always tried to understand, for example, psychic phenomena, like how could I get information out of your head in my head, as some sort of signal going back and forth. But if we live in a universe that's organized holographically, you no longer have to tackle it that way. It could be that I have the entire universe and every neuron, every cell, every atom, every electron in my head, and you do also. So when we can access that, we can access information that seems to be beyond our normal sensory reach. A very famous neurophysiologist named Carl Lashley, and it was at a time when it was believed that memory was stored in a specific spot in the brain, and there was something called the proverbial grandmother cell, that there was literally a cell in your brain that contained the memory of your grandmother, what you knew about your grandmother. And so they did a rather gruesome series of experiments for animal lovers, but it came out with some very profound information. They took rats and they taught them how to run mazes, and then they would surgically remove various portions of the brain. Pribram and his mentor, Carl Lashley. The reasoning being that if they could remove a portion of the brain and the rat could no longer run the maze, they'd found the area of the brain where the rat's memory of the maze running ability was encoded. Now, every time they removed a different portion of the brain, they discovered that they could never remove the memory of how to run the maze. They could impair the rat's ability so it might limp through the maze, but they couldn't remove it. And really, surgeons had known this for a while, doctors had known this for a while, because when people have head injuries, they don't forget half of the alphabet or half of their family or half of a novel they read. They have global memory impairment where their entire memory may be hazy. But memories don't seem to be stored in our heads in the same way that books are stored on a shelf. And it wasn't until the 60s when Pribram encountered the holographic model that says that the whole is contained in every part that he said, aha, this may be what's going on in the brain. Specifically, because a hologram is made out of interference patterns, the hologram that you see, that we talked about earlier is made out of the interference pattern of laser light, but it can be made out of the interference patterns of any kind of energy, electromagnetic energy, electricity, X-rays even. And so Pribram said, since our synapses are constantly giving off electrical impulses, these are like proverbial pebbles dropping into the sort of electromagnetic pool of our brain. They're sending out ripples that are constantly crisscrossing. And he believes that's what the brain hologram, that's how we think and how we remember is through that hologram inside the head. Pribram, as I said, says that we're thinking with holograms inside our head, and that out there exists something that's more akin to the radio waves in the room from which your TV gets the image. So in essence, we're kind of conscious TV sets. And what we think is reality when we look out here is really just the image on the TV set inside our mind, but doesn't exist out there. And Pribram says this is why there's all kinds of evidence that we seem to respond more to the models of reality in our head than out there. In the holographic universe, I give an example of a psychologist who did a study where he took soldiers and marched them all the same distance, but he told some they marched, like he marched them all 30 miles or 20 miles, but told some they marched 10, some they marched 20, some they marched 30. But they all marched the same distance. At the end, he took physiological readings and discovered that physiologically they responded not to the actual mileage that they had marched, but to what they had been told, the model of reality that they assumed they had, the reality in their heads. And in medicine, people have used this application of the holographic idea that we respond to the model of reality, say this may be why we respond more to the placebos, to fake drugs.
While conventional biology focuses on the material stimuli, quantum physics reveals that it's the invisible stimuli that are much more important. There's a simple quote by Albert Einstein that makes sense out of this, and the quote is, "The field is the sole governing agency of the particle." What Einstein meant by this very simply is the field, the invisible energy forces around us, they are the sole governing agencies of the particle. Well, the particles matter. And so quantum physics says the character of matter is ultimately determined by the field.
Well, you see, there's this field. We're not in this field, we are this field. We're denser, we're lighter in between, we're denser, we're lighter in between. Or some people say we're lighter when we're physical form and we're denser in between. Whatever the aspect is, we're blips in this field of energy, of light, of information. We access this field all the time. We pull information from this field all the time.
Every one of us has watched a flock of birds in flight and how it changes direction. Instantly, all birds in the flock change direction. So it seems as if a superior bird brain controls all the birds simultaneously. That only works with the help of those fields, since the fields are able to transfer with no informational loss, and above all, instantaneously, with no time delay.
We're all part of this giant energy field, this zero-point field. We're all connected, and that we're connected across the furthest reaches of the cosmos.
An ice skater. There are things that they can do that are not describable in terms of nerve impulses. Nerve impulses and chemical reactions are too slow to explain the subtleties of life.
Most people don't affect reality in a consistent, substantial way because they don't believe they can.
Cannot believe people who say that none of this is so. None of this is so is relative to them and their following. What would you rather choose? That it isn't so, or it is so? And who bags the truth? Who holds the bag of truth? Someone out there that's saying this is impossible, or somebody out there that said absolutely is? Who holds the bag of truth? We do.
I like the placebo effect because
It has to do with a person's acceptance. It's really what it's about. For example, they took these group of people that had Parkinson's disease, and in Parkinson's disease, there's a problem in the brain with making dopamine. There's a little nuclei called a substantia nigra that stops making dopamine. And of course, when there's no dopamine, the body starts to respond differently. We have musculoskeletal problems. We have tremors, what's called intention tremors, or we have, foot shuffling, or we have pill rolling. And these are muscular actions that supersede our voluntary control. We can't control those. So they took a group of people that had Parkinson's disease, and they said to them, now listen, we have this injection. It's going to make you better. Well, 50% of the people that got the injection all of a sudden lost all their motor dysfunction. In other words, they weren't pill rolling, they weren't shuffling their feet anymore, they didn't have intention tremors when they were grabbing for objects. So the doctor said, well, that's a great example of a placebo, it's all in your mind. But when they checked the dopamine levels that were produced in the brain, the interesting thing that happened was that the brain started making dopamine because they accepted that they were well. In other words, their thought that they were well allowed them to begin to be well. And if you're being well in the quantum field, the observer has to supply the chemistry to match who you're being.
The placebo effect is the fact that a belief that a person has can override their biology. Well, it's so profoundly important that science has recognized that at least 1/3 of all healings, including drugs and surgery and other allopathic interventions, 1/3 of all healings has nothing to do with the process, but has to do with the placebo effect. That a person believes that the process is going to heal them and heals themselves in spite of the fact that maybe the pill was a sugar pill or the operation was just a sham and wasn't real. And why this becomes important is clearly 1/3 of all healings occurs without anybody doing anything other than having a positive thought. And what interests me as a biologist and former professor in a medical school is how we can talk about the placebo effect for about 15 minutes in a pharmacology course, and then totally ignore the relevance of thought and mental processes on biology for the rest of medical education. So that our doctors are not really using the placebo effect effectively, that we're not even studying the placebo effect, and that right now we could cut the healthcare cost by exactly 1/3 by just using the placebo effect.
The placebo effect is really another way of talking about the body's self-healing capacity, and anything that unleashes more of that is going to be a better system.
When we make an emotional shift, let's say we go from frustration to joy, those kind of emotional shifts, about 1,400 biochemical changes instantly go off in the body. Now, if you think about the course of one day, all the emotions that we feel, the highs and the lows, and the myriad of emotional textures that occur through our perceptions during a day, you can see that emotions are creating lots and lots of changes in our physiology. So it makes a lot of sense to start paying attention to the emotional diet as well as to the physical diet. That's one of the keys to better health and certainly to slowing down the aging process. Strong negative emotions just degenerate us. Positive emotional states regenerate us. Become simple math. Feel more love, more care, more appreciation, and your health's got a better chance of improving and staying that way.
Well, we do create our own reality all the time. Have always done so. But the type of reality that we create with all its limitations and its suffering, disease, lack, accidents, vicissitudes of various kinds, that mirrors the consciousness that we express through. So we are creating our own reality every day, though we find that very hard to accept. There's nothing more exquisitely pleasant than to blame somebody else for the way we are. It's her fault or his fault, it's the system, it's God, it's my parents, it's the state, whatever. But in quantum physics, we're brought back to reality. Whatever way we observe the world around us is what comes back to us. And the reason why my life, for instance, is so lacking in joy and happiness and fulfillment is because my focus is lacking in those same things exactly. Now, what we're talking about here in creating our own reality is not something killy like that. We're talking about what is deeply and fully accepted in my being. about life. That slowly manifests itself every day. But certainly the life that we experience, if we're victims, we should ask ourselves, have I a victim mentality? If I'm continually meeting misfortunes and accidents and tragedies, maybe it's because my mentality is basically attuned to accepting that this is the way life is, and so it happens. Now, why can I not achieve those things? Fundamentally through lack of focus.
The average person loses their attention span every 6 to 10 seconds per minute.
When one wants to focus, intent, you want to be a singleness of mind. That's why some of the old occult teachings teach people to focus on a flame, so that you learn to bring your attention into a very sharp channel, so that the energy density becomes greater.
Demands that I have to have absolute control of my thoughts and absolute acceptance that it will happen. And if we do combine those two things, and they're very difficult to achieve but not at all impossible, then they will happen. Skeptics will laugh and scoff at that, but again, time is on our side, and science, I think, is also on our side, because it's showing us more and more that this is in fact how reality behaves. It is absolutely attendant upon a thought that is fully and deeply felt and accepted.
The mind is structured in layers, just like the universe is structured in layers, from superficial to profound. And if we use the mind at a very superficial level of ordinary thought, we have very limited power. We can barely move a speck of dust across a tabletop without using our hands. So weak can consciousness be. But at the deepest level of consciousness, consciousness creates universe.
The connection between the quantum physicist and the ne'er-do-well on the street is that both of them have the power to create reality. One knows it, the other is ignorant of it.
If we keep quantum physics and the understanding very simple for the layperson, that our observation has a direct effect on our world, I think if we keep it very simple, then people can get about the business of beginning to practice the skill of observation. See, the subatomic world responds to our observation, but the average person loses their attention span every 6 to 10 seconds per minute. So that doesn't leave a lot of room for our attention span. So how can the very large respond to someone who doesn't have the ability to even focus and concentrate? Maybe we're just poor observers. Maybe we haven't mastered the skill of observation, and maybe it is a skill. And maybe we're so addicted to the external world and so addicted to the stimulus and response to the external world that the brain is beginning to work out of response instead of out of creation. If we're given the proper knowledge and the proper understanding and given the proper instruction, we should begin to see measurable feedback in our life. If you make the effort to sit down and design a new life, and you make it the most important thing, and you spend time every day feeding it like a gardener feeds a seed, you will produce fruit.
We are running the holodeck. We are collectively, it's there, it has such flexibility that anything you can imagine it will create. And you learn, I mean, your intention causes this thing to materialize once you're conscious enough.
Consciousness enters this physiology and animates this physiology by essentially bubbling up through each individual cell and through the DNA within each cell. The DNA is a quantum mechanical entity, but it's a macromolecule. It's got one foot in the macroscopic classical world and the other foot deep in the quantum mechanical world. It's the bridge, if you wish, between quantum mechanics and matter. But having one foot in quantum mechanics, which is the world of thought, it basically transduces those impulses of thought into chemicals and into the chemistry, biochemistry, electrophysiology of thought.
You go down a level of neural networks, then to neurons, and inside the neurons to the microtubules, which are acting as quantum computers. And then you look at the individual components of the microtubule, which is a protein which changes its shape like that. So on, off, yes, no, 1 or 0, however you want to make a computer analogy. And that is the bit, the fundamental bit inside neurons, inside cells that controls what's going on. Now that in turn is controlled by their little pockets inside the proteins in which electrons are free to roam. They're non-polars, so they're able to roam, and if they're in one position, say an electron here and here, the protein's open. If it's here and here, it's closed. So the movements of these individual electrons, which are governed by what are called van der Waals forces, control the state of the protein, which in turn computes in the microtubule, which in turn controls the neuron, which in turn leads to the brain functioning as a whole. Well, the electron movement of these van der Waals forces are also related to the quantum field and the zero-point energies in the quantum vacuum.
What separates us from all other species is the ratio of our frontal lobe to the rest of the brain. The frontal lobe is an area of the brain that's responsible for firm intention, for decision-making, for regulating behavior, for inspiration. It is the seat of what causes us to take information from our environment and process it and store it in our brain to make decisions or choices that are different than the decisions and choices that we've made in the past.
Free will resides in our frontal cortex, and we can train ourselves to make more intelligent choices and to be conscious of the choices we're making.
The brain is made up of tiny nerve cells called neurons. These neurons have tiny branches that reach out and connect to other neurons to form a neural net. Each place where they connect is integrated into a thought or a memory.
A neural net basically has to do with a group of neurons that are functioning together that have a particular type of function. People have looked at these in terms of what have been called cognitive modules, so that there may be neural nets, a group of nerve cells in either the same structure or across the brain that have certain functions that allow us to process information in a particular way.
Now, the brain builds up all its concepts by the law of associative memory. For example, ideas, thoughts, and feelings are all constructed and interconnected in this neural net, and all have a possible relationship with one another.
We always perceive something after reflection in the mirror of memory. It is this reflection in the mirror of memory that gives us that sense of I-ness, who I am.
The brain does not know the difference between what it sees in its environment and what it remembers, because the same specific neural nets are then firing. We know physiologically that nerve cells that fire together wire together. If you practice something over and over again, those nerve cells have a long-term relationship. If you get angry on a daily basis, if you get frustrated on a daily basis, if you suffer on a daily basis, if you give reasons for the victimization in your life, you're rewiring and reintegrating that neural net on a daily basis, and that neural net now has a long-term relationship with all those other nerve cells called an identity. We also know that nerve cells that don't fire together no longer wire together. They lose their long-term relationship because every time we interrupt the thought process that produces a chemical response in the body, every time we interrupt it, those nerve cells that are connected to each other start breaking the long-term relationship.
Meat of the human nervous system has the remarkable capability of reflecting consciousness because it is so designed. It doesn't create consciousness, it reflects it, which gives us a unique advantage over other objects like rocks, which appear so inert because they don't have this ability to reflect what is there at the deeper levels of nature, which is pervasive consciousness.
We need a field theory to explain how the nervous system in all its complexity can coordinate everything that happens in the body.
We now know when you study nervous system activity that the brain can start firing in synchronous pulses throughout different areas of the brain virtually instantaneously. The significance of these coherence of these pulses that begin to fire when actually consciousness is functioning is when scientists looked at how fast you could coordinate all these different areas that were focusing at the same time, that the coherence of the firing was faster than the physical ability of cells to communicate from one area to the other. So basically, these results reveal that the brain is communicating on a higher level than through the physical transmission of nerves.
Our brains also don't work the way we were taught in school. Learning isn't here, memory isn't here, speech isn't here, this isn't there, this isn't somewhere else. These aspects are diffuse throughout our brains, and we access it from the field. So it's as if there's this bandwidth of information that we're always in tune with, although not always consciously.
We're understanding that the brain doesn't have precise addresses for certain things. No one's been able to find where memory is, for instance. And Carl Pribram did some amazing studies years ago. And from that, Pribram understood that you couldn't say that memory has one precise address, that it's much more delocalized. And in fact, most radically, that memory might not exist inside the skull at all, but maybe somewhere out here in the field. And so what you have instead of this localized, centralized system is much more of a paradigm where the body is an interaction. It's not something that ends here, it's something that ends out here. And that we have an interaction taking place between us and our environment, us and the field at every moment.
What we are beginning to understand is that the body is entirely decentralized. That this idea of the engine being up here, the master builder being here and in DNA is not true. It's much more complex. We're finding that emotions are distributed throughout the nervous system and that memory has no precise address.
Well, studying the brain isn't important. Studying consciousness through the brain to produce mind is important. When we can understand a functioning brain, or a brain in action, or a brain in motion, we call that mind. The brain is the instrument that we use to facilitate consciousness on this level to produce mind to be able to learn and evolve. We are physically, chemically, emotional human beings. That's not a bad thing. It only becomes a limitation when we keep accessing those same emotions and those same attitudes on a daily basis and go nowhere in terms of our change or evolution in our life. Ultimately, the brain becomes hardwired, and then to think outside the box the way those neurons are connected really takes quite an enormous amount of effort, because it challenges your own personal beliefs and perceptions, it challenges your relationships with other people, it challenges even your emotional agreements. And so people have agreements with people and things and places and times and events, and all those agreements have some chemical makeup that supports who they are as an individual, as an identity, as a personality.
A hard question to answer is how all these little molecular events play into a personality.
If you've seen your own brain scan, it's kind of depressing. You see many different areas of the personality, each with their own electrical activity that seems to have no coordination. It's like a symphony with no conductor. But all of a sudden, if the conductor steps up to the plate, the whole brain would function in unity and coherence. That's a properly functioning brain.
There's a part of the brain called the hypothalamus. And the hypothalamus is like a little mini factory, and it is a place that assembles certain chemicals that matches certain emotions that we experience. Those particular chemicals are called peptides. They're small chain amino acid sequences. The body's basically a carbon unit that makes about 20 different amino acids all together to formulate its physical structure.
The hypothalamus is a main controller of body functions. It regulates all of our basic body functions, heart rate, blood pressure. It helps to regulate most of our hormones, including our sex hormones, stress hormones, and so forth. It helps to regulate our immune function, and it is the key regulator of the autonomic nervous system.
In the hypothalamus, we take small chain proteins called peptides, and we assemble them into certain neuropeptides or neurohormones that match the emotional states that we experience on a daily basis. So there's chemicals for anger, and there's chemicals for sadness, and there's chemicals for victimization, there's chemicals for lust. There's a chemical that matches every emotional state that we experience. And the moment that we experience that emotional state in our body or in our brain, that hypothalamus will immediately assemble the peptide that then releases it through the pituitary into the bloodstream. The moment it makes it into the bloodstream, it finds its way to different centers or different parts of the body. Now, every single cell in the body has these receptors on the outside.
And one cell can have thousands of receptors studying its surface, kind of opening up to the outside world. And when a peptide docks on a cell, it literally, like a key going into a lock, sits on the receptor surface and attaches to it and kind of moves the receptor, and kind of like a doorbell buzzing, sends a signal into the cell.
There is a new branch of genetics known as epigenetics that addresses this environmental influence on genetic expression.
Epigeneticists have discovered that the information inside every cell, the thing that switches it on and turns it on and changes things, is not inside the cell, but outside. Signals occur outside from the environment.
A gene is a blueprint, that's basically what it is, to make a protein molecule. And the proteins, there are over 100,000 of them, are the building blocks that give us our biology, our structure, our behavior. Okay? So the issue is, we talk about gene blueprints, and up until the last 10 years, a blueprint was a hardwired piece of information to make a particular protein. The new science is just mind-boggling because it reveals that through epigenetic mechanisms, through the influence of the environment on reading the genes, epigenetic mechanisms can produce over 30,000 different variations from every gene blueprint. And all of a sudden, when you start to recognize that, you realize we have potentials that are totally unlimited. And this is a great change from a belief that genes were deterministic. Now, genes are potentials.
If you just look at the molecular level, the Human Genome Project has revealed that we have about 25,000 genes, far fewer than they originally expected. The Chimpanzee Genome Project has now sequenced the entire chimpanzee genome, and their genome is virtually the same as ours. They've got the same kinds of proteins, the same kind of genes. You can hardly tell the difference. Yet, there's an obvious difference, and if you can't explain it in terms of genes, what can you explain it in terms of? And the answer is, I think, morphogenetic fields. Just as you can build two different buildings with the same bricks and cement, if you have two different plans, you can build different organisms with different fields, even if the constituent molecules are very similar as they are in humans and chimpanzees.
The DNA is like a library book. These are all the possible proteins from earthworms right up to us. It's all the same library, but you've got to know which book to take out of the library. This is the big problem in genetics itself, is trying to explain how the body knows which book to take out of the genetic library. And we think the body field is what decides which piece of information is taken from the DNA.
There's a hierarchy of fields organizing our bodies. There's the field of the whole body, there's the fields of the organs, and then the fields of the tissues, and then the fields of the cells within those. Field of our own body is within and around the body. There's an overall field, and then there's subsidiary fields, sort of modular fields for arms, legs, and the different organs. The advantage of fields is that they're intrinsically holistic. All fields are holistic. The gravitational field is. You can't slice a bit out of it. If you cut a flatworm into 10 different pieces, each part can grow into a new worm. Now, how is that possible? If it was a machine, that wouldn't happen. If you cut up a machine, all you get is a broken machine. But if you cut up a magnet, a field system, then you, however many little bits of magnet you produce, each has a complete magnetic field. And it was this analogy with magnetic fields that led developmental biologists to suggest the idea of morphogenetic fields in the first place. And this was way back in the 1920s. And this field is now a crucial concept in developmental biology. You can't really understand how organisms develop without it.
All humans begin life as a single cell that grows and divides, developing into the various organs and limbs of our bodies. How these cells know what to become has baffled scientists and led to the idea of control fields in biology.
We've already found that there are different parts of the body field, some of which relate to the muscles and connective tissue. Another part of the body field that relates to the brain and nervous system, yet another one for the morphic field, which connects back to the DNA and the genetic information of your body.
Morphogenetic fields, or more generally fields of information, yes, are control systems over and above the molecular level or the biochemical level. They're systems that organize the body, they organize the developing organism. Plants have them too, all animals have them. They maintain the form of the body. They help bodies to recover from disease or damage. They underlie regeneration, for example.
We can go even further and could say that the human body actually is structured information. Or in other words, that the human body is an energy field. An energy field of standing, stationary, scalar waves that are correspondingly organized, structured, and contain a great deal of information.
And I think that we really need a field-based model of the body if we're ever going to be able to integrate different forms of healing or medicine into a coherent understanding.
The body field is an energetic field filled with patterns of information. All of the organs in our bodies generate their own specific fields. One organ in particular seems to generate significant fields which affect the entire body.
The heart is the emperor in the system. The liver and all the organs have other tasks, but the heart is overruling all.
There's a concept in energy medicine called energy cardiology that says that the signals produced by the heart are all of regulatory importance.
The heart is constantly emitting sound, pressure waves, heat, light, electrical, magnetic, and electromagnetic signals.
All of the cells in the body are receiving these different kinds of signals at different times because they travel at different velocities through the circulatory system.
The heart generates by far the largest rhythmic electromagnetic signal in the body. If you look at this magnetic field as a carrier wave, it's being modulated with information. So it's the carrier wave for information. And the work in our lab has shown quite clearly that it's modulated with emotional patterns. In other words, if we're feeling angry or frustrated, irritated, the information that's being imprinted on that magnetic field is very different than if we're feeling care or love or compassion towards that person.
The heart has been found to have rhythmic beating patterns that can be incoherent or coherent. These patterns are closely linked to our emotions and how we feel.
When the heart's rhythmic beating pattern is smooth and ordered, it's called a coherent rhythm. And that coherent rhythm entrains or synchronizes the brain rhythm, the nervous system, the bodily organs and glands all dance in harmony to that heart coherent rhythm.
Positive emotions, what we tend to call positive, things like love, appreciation, care, forgiveness, gratitude, all lead to a very different kind of heart pattern than negative things. Like if we're feeling anger or irritation, anxiety, those create what are called incoherent rhythms or disordered patterns. On the other hand, we have the positive feelings when we're just appreciating the sunset and how beautiful it is. Our heart's beating out this what we call coherent rhythm. It's a sine wave-like pattern that the heart is sending to the brain.
And we call it heart coherence because in research we find that the heart has to get into this synchronized, coherent, rhythmic pattern of heart rate in order for the rest of the brain and the nervous system and body to entrain and synchronize to that powerful rhythm. So it starts with the heart.
When we feel the pulse, what we're feeling is the pressure wave created by the beating heart. It's not actually the flow of blood, it's the pressure wave. So every time the heart beats, that pressure wave goes to the brain and throughout the body. And if we look at the brain level, that pressure wave synchronizes all the neurons. Like the brain would be in trouble if it didn't have that synchronizing signal to kind of give us a global synchronizing effect.
When someone is in coherence, you can often feel their love or their compassion or their gratitude radiating.
Coherence is the optimal physiological state that underlies learning and performance and
facilitating the body's natural regenerative processes.
The heart has its own intrinsic nervous system, which can sense, feel, remember, and process information that's independent from the brain.
We always think of the information input system as being entirely in the brain. But we're now discovering information that the heart receives information first and then relays it to the brain.
It appears as though the heart and brain, later, have access to a field of information not bound by time and space. If we're talking kind of quantum holographics or quantum physics, that's old news. We're really starting to have ways now of showing that we really do have an energetic or an electronic system. And that's really primary, that it's really not bound by time and space.
The heart is connected to a field of information and intelligence that's different but complementary to the field of the brain.
It's very clear these neurons in the heart and the brain part have short and long-term memory. They process information. It's a functional brain.
If the heart is transmitting or imprinting information, there must be a way for the cells in the body to receive that information.
There are receptor protein cells on the outside of the cell, which are simply there to receive environmental information. How is my day today? What is going on out there? What does the body want this little cell to do today? You see what I mean? There has to be intercellular communication, but there has to be one source so there can be one control system for the body.
This control system is sending out information to the body via the body field. But what exactly is information?
Matter is compressed energy. Information is patterns of energy. There's an information flow in our bodies that we still don't completely understand through our nervous system and through the tissues. And even the ancients, some of the ancients and the Chinese call it the acupuncture system, which is a system of information flow in the body itself.
We get a system when we get structure. You know, there's information everywhere, isn't there? But you only get an information system when it's ordered. And the great thing that was discovered in the 1980s was that the acupuncture system appears to be an organized system. It's not just a random group of acupuncture meridians. It looked, upon doing experiments, that they wanted to arrange themselves in a certain order and that they wanted to communicate with each other in a certain direction. So we're saying that information has order, and that's what makes the body feel, is the order itself.
The actual regulation of the whole organism and of all cells, the coordination of all cells, is accomplished with the help of these information fields, these scalar wave fields. They guarantee that each cell knows what every other cell is doing at any given time, and we have over 70 trillion cells. This is a lot of information, and it can only be processed with the help of these structured fields.
Ultimately, according to Einstein and other people more recently, have said that energy and information must be interchangeable. All right. So information becomes a type of energy because it's an orderliness in space. All right. So they are interchangeable, but on the other hand, in practice, what happens is you get a wave of energy, and then upon that wave, you can get imprinted information. And the amount of information you can imprint appears to be limitless.
Apparently, the control system of the body is not genes or chemistry, but information, which seems to be available in the body field.
Change in itself means then that we have to abandon our old self. It means that we have to leave behind our identity and begin to speculate who we could be. To change means modifying our behavior enough so that it's permanent.
So if somebody is characteristically responding in the same way over and over again, and that person wants to change, the way that they're responding, it requires looking at the problem on several different levels. Sometimes it requires understanding that emotional pattern and connecting the parts of the nervous system that are about emotional survival and cognitive appraisal, and working through the emotional stuckness. But I think, again, looking at the human organism as every living system, as a integrated whole, that if there are ways of integrating cognition, emotion, behavior, physiology in your approach to change, then that's what's ultimately going to be most helpful.
There's a human propensity for the mind to consistently move back to the past. That's a natural mechanism that's been developed over eons. When we have a new experience, whatever that experience is, that experience allows circuits and connections in the brain to begin to formulate. As those connections formulate, they release chemicals, and those chemicals make a feeling. So emotions and feelings are the end product of every experience. And feelings and emotions help us to remember experiences better. We know where we were on 9/11 because there was a feeling that was associated with it. Now, what typically happens for most people when they have a novel or a new experience, they repeat that experience over in their mind again. It's a natural propensity. And the reason we do that is because if we can fire those circuits over and over again, by the act of repetition, we can remember them. So we learn from an experience. Learning is making new connections. Remembering is maintaining those connections. And so there's a natural order in which we review something in order to remember it. Now, the problem is with most people is that they become so immersed in the feelings of certain experiences is that feelings become the means of thinking. In other words, feelings determine their thinking. When that happens, we only are living from the past because by definition, feelings are associated to some past event. So if we determine our future based on the feeling, what we're really saying is, I'm trying to create a future situation from a past situation. And invariably, we will always continuously recreate the future based on the past, and that future will be more of the past. So what will we see? People who are wired in victimization, people who are wired in suffering, people who are wired in their insecurity, and the feelings become the barometer of their reality, then in their future experience, they can only create reality based on how they're wired. They'll recreate the victimization in their life because it's all that they know. In order to create a new future, we have to leave the feelings of the past behind. We have to abandon the way in which feeling is the means of thinking. And when we're able to do that, we're breaking the association and the neurological networks that are attached to that thinking and feeling mechanism so that we're focusing on an abstraction, an idea, a concept, a dream that we haven't yet experienced because it has no emotion, but it's something that we would like to experience. And that process of being able to abandon the means of feeling for a future potential is the greatest test for the human being.
Our experiences color what we know. So there is no completely objective appraisal of anything, because our appraisal of everything has to do with our previous experiences and our emotions. Everything has an emotional weighting to it.
We've gone from emotions being these spiritual, immaterial things to actual molecules with molecular weights and peptides with sequences and structures.
Science knows now that the hypothalamus makes neuropeptides, and those neuropeptides are strong chemicals.
Well, here's the story of the peptide in the cell. The peptides bind the receptors and dock onto them and stay attached, and they come off. And then they can come back on again, and while they're there, they are changing the cell. A receptor that has a peptide sitting in it sets off a whole cascade of biochemical events, some of which changes the nucleus of the cell. One of the sources of evidence that the molecules of emotion are the molecules of emotion is we have the same identical molecules in the simplest, even one-celled creatures.
Well, my definition of an addiction is something really simple. Something that you can't stop. We bring to ourselves situations that will fulfill the biochemical craving of the cells of our body by creating situations that meet our chemical needs.
It always happens to me. Why?
So my definition really means that if you can't control your emotional state, you must be addicted to it. Most people don't even know that they don't even know that they're addicted to their emotions, because that's just the normal way of being, but that describes humanity.
How can we say that we have lived fully every day by simply experiencing the same emotions that we're addicted to every day? A master is quite a different cat. It is one that sees the day as an opportunity in time to create avenues of reality and emotions that are unborn, that the day become infinite tomorrows.
Our mind literally creates our body.
But it all starts in the cell. And who gives the cells the order? The orders come from the neural net in our brains, which are based on the experiences and information that we've logged in there. And we use a certain box of solutions to our life that causes chemistry to take place. So in order for us to change the chemistry, we would literally have to change the neural net, which means we'd have to change our identity, which means we'd have to change our attitude, or change the way in which we interact with our environment. And every time we keep being the same person and keep experiencing the same attitudes, all we're doing is reinforcing ourselves as our identity.
And so the environment is a culture medium, but the culture medium to cells is like the world that we live in. It's got the air, the water, the food, all the things in it. So I take the cells out of my stem cell dish, put them in a separate dish with a different environment, and the cells form muscle. But then I went back to the same dish with genetically identical cells in it and took some cells out and put them in a different environment, and they form bone. And then I went back to the same dish with genetically identical cells and put them in a third petri dish with a different environment, and they formed fat cells. And there I was confronted with this reality. All the cells are genetically identical, but they had different fate: fat, muscle, bone. I said, simple question, what controls the fate of cells? And the answer is the environment. It was the only thing that was different because they were all genetically identical. The work showed that your mind's perception of the world changes your biology, the chemistry of your body, which changes your cells. And I said, okay, so if you control how your mind operates, then you can control your chemistry. But then here's where the problem comes from. There's two parts to the mind. The conscious mind, which has your personal identity, your spirit, your source attached with it, is a creative mind. The conscious mind can see into the future, can review the past, solve problems. The subconscious mind, the other mind, is more of a habit mind. That's when you learn how to do something, and once you learn how to do it, you don't have to think about it, it's automatic. Well, most of us walk around in the world thinking that we're running our lives with our creative mind. And I'd say, Emmett, what do you want out of your life? And you would say, oh, I want to be healthy, I want to have great relationships. And then you try to say, I'm running my life with these beliefs. But science has now revealed that we only run our lives with our conscious mind at most about 5% of the time.
So we're running on these subconscious programs?
95% of the time.
Okay.
And then the issue is, well, where'd you get the fundamental programs that you operate from? And here's the thing I learned is that it's in the first 6 years of our lives that the brain is in a functional state, an EEG state, the electrical activity, that is not even in consciousness. A child doesn't even reach conscious brain function until about 6. So the first 6 years of your life, your brain function is lower frequency. It's called theta, which is like a hypnagogic trance, a hypnosis. So the first 6 years of your life, you're like a television camera, recording everything around you, everything you observe, just going in from your observations into your programming. So we acquire beliefs and attitudes and behaviors not from ourselves, but from our parents and our family and our community. These become the fundamental beliefs. A very interesting point. The Jesuits were very proud. They would say, give me a child until it's 6 or 7 and it will belong to the church for the rest of its life. What they were saying was what they knew, which science is now finding out. The first 6 years are programming. And whatever program you get, that will be the rest of your life. So that's why they said, just give me the first 6 years. And it turns out they were precise. The first 6 years is download a program, and that's when you get your behaviors from those around you. So the reality is, if you can stay conscious, be present, and when those negative thoughts come in our head, and psychologists tell us 70% of the time, the thoughts that are going through our head are negative and redundant, so the same negative thoughts are going through. If you could stop those thoughts, if you could hear them as they come through, like, oh, that's not going to work, or this will never happen, those kinds of thoughts. If you can hear them and stop them consciously, say, no, change the belief right there, just give the more positive thing. As you repeat this more frequently and you keep repeating it, the subconscious mind begins to learn. So as a habit, if you stay conscious, and you have to work at it, and here's why people say, well, how come only 5% from conscious mind, 95% from subconscious? Because the conscious mind can think into the future and think into the past and solve problems, then think about it yourself. Most of the time, you're thinking about something. Well, if you're thinking, you're using the conscious mind. Well, if you're using the conscious mind for thinking, then who's running the show? And the answer is, when you're not paying attention and you're thinking about what I'm going to do tomorrow, your subconscious is running the show.
So you use the words, be present.
Be present, exactly. And you have to repeat it over and over again, because if you think, well, I got mad at myself yesterday because I repeated that same stupid thing, and I got mad again today because I repeated the same stupid thing, and then people give up because they get frustrated. And it's like, no, it's a habit. So you have to every day, but ultimately you can repeat it. Yet there are, fortunately now, very many new healing modalities that can help you rewrite the subconscious beliefs much faster. So I get very excited because some of this may take work for people, because you have to really be present, and yet we're so bombarded with information and our lives are so busy that our conscious mind is almost always wandering, trying to resolve issues and problems and things we have to work out, which then means the subconscious mind is running the show. You meet this person, you're going to go on a date. I say, especially to women, I say, how long did it take you to get dressed? And they say, well, it was 15 minutes and I was out of the house. And then I say, now, tonight, you're going to go on a date with this person who has just rocked your world. And I say, how long does it take you to get dressed? It's like, my God, it may take an hour or two. And I say, yesterday 15 minutes, today an hour or two. What's the difference? Yesterday I got dressed by habit, because I get dressed every day. But tonight, I am looking in the mirror, meaning I am self-conscious. I am making sure that I represent myself to be the best individual I can be. And when both parties are not relying on the habit, and both of them are saying, I'm creating the best I can be, they're living in the moment of the now, they're being very mindful, they're being very present, and guess what? Heaven on earth is created.
We're bombarding the cell with the same attitude and the same chemistry over and over again on a daily basis. When that cell finally decides to divide, when it produces a sister cell or a daughter cell, that next cell will have more receptor sites for those particular emotional neuropeptides and less receptor sites for vitamins, minerals, nutrients, fluid exchange, or even the release of waste products or toxins. Now, all aging is a result of improper protein production. What happens when we age? Our skin loses elasticity. Well, elastin is a protein. What happens to our enzymes? We don't digest as well. What happens to our synovial fluid? Those are proteins. They become brittle and stiff. What happens to our bones? They become thin. So all aging is a result of improper protein production. So then the question arises, does it really matter what we eat? And does nutrition really have an effect if the cell doesn't even have the receptor sites after 20 years of emotional abuse to even receive or let in
the nutrients that are necessary for its health. And who gives the orders for the signaling and from the brain all the way to the receptor site is our own personal attitude. Now, they'll tell you, if you read any scientific text, that genetics causes diseases. And then recently, science now says, well, no, it's not genetics that causes disease. It's the environment that stimulates the genetics that cause disease. But what I'm saying is, it's our reaction to the environment that stimulates the effects of genetics that causes disease in the human body. So if we change our attitude, that means we're going to change the effects neurochemically, which means we're going to change our effects biologically, which means we're going to change the effects of the receptor site, which means we're going to change the expression of DNA, which means we're going to change the expression of protein, which means we're going to change the expression of life, which means we're going to change the health of the physical body. So our attitude literally has an effect on a cellular level.
Everyone's DNA, they use less than a third of the DNA. Did you know that there are immortal genes? Did you know that you have immortal DNAs? Did you know that you have the DNA to grow any part of your body, to change it any way you want to? Did you know you have the DNA of humanity? Did you know that you can turn a predisposition of genetics of blindness into a predisposition of sight? Did you know that you can tap your DNA to not only make you immortal, but reverse your aging? But it's embarrassing when we really know it. Because the great question is, well, if I have an immortal gene, how come I'm not immortal? You know why? Because you focus only on your emotional means to an end. So your DNA holds what is replicant in you to an experience. You have never gone outside of yourself to create the experience of yourself. So does hate or self-incrimination bring us nearer to a vassal called truth? Yes, it does. Because it tells us who we really are. Because that's the one aspect of ourselves that we have never, ever been able to adorn. And unless we analogically become that, we cannot succeed to the throne of enlightenment.
The person who has another urge inside of them that they're clearly interested in something else. All they need is a little bit of knowledge. And if they accept that knowledge as a possibility, and if they embrace that knowledge over and over again, sooner or later, they'll begin to apply that knowledge. Now, for some people, it may take 5 minutes. And for other people to take that first step may take an enormous amount of effort, because they have to weigh that first step against everything they know. And everything they know is attached to the way their life is presently, all their agreements, all their relationships. And to take that first step means that they have to evaluate what it's going to look like by taking this step against what they know. And there's that battle between those two elements. But once we give ourselves permission to move outside the box, there's a definite sense of relief, and a definite sense of joy, and a sense of understanding that living in that mundane, repetitive, routine life we can predict the outcome of what that looks like. And so the more we do it, the better we get at it.
An awful lot of problems, not all of them to be sure, but an awful lot of problems that get labeled as psychological problems really amount to people making rotten choices. And they ought to be instructed to make different ones.
The person who makes up their mind, and that is a great definition of the frontal lobe. When you make up your mind about something, you're overcoming the body, you're overcoming the enforcement from the environment, and you're overcoming time.
If you don't see the traps, you have to go through the crap until you see the traps. Because if you don't see it, it's your only teaching machine. It's your only way for you to come to understand something new. So the universe brings these things to your door, and there is learning in them for you if you are willing to reflect, to ponder, and think beyond the rigid mindset.
What is relative to their own emotional addiction are movies and dramas, and news, and all the media that is so beautiful today in providing people with experiences without having to be there. And yet, that does not define human greatness.
They're so hypnotized by their environment through the media, through television, through people living and creating ideals that everybody struggles to become, that no one can actually become in terms of physical appearance and definitions of beauty and valor that are all illusions, that most people surrender and live their life in mediocrity. And they may live that life, and the soul may never really, their desire may never really rise to the surface, so they may want to be something else. But if it does rise to the surface, and they ask themselves if there is something more, or why am I here? What is the purpose of life? Where am I going? What happens when I die? They start to ask those questions. They start to flirt and interact with the perception that they may be having a nervous breakdown. And in reality, what they're doing is that their old concepts of how they viewed their life in the world start to fall apart.
That's why very few people make this journey, because it's deeply unsettling. All of the molds that we have lived by have to be broken, and we have to liberate ourselves in this way. And sometimes there's an awkward period between the comfort that we knew before and the real state of comfort when we are the Lord of our being, which follows that interval of chaos.
We're in completely new territory in our brain. And because we're in completely new territory, we're rewiring the brain, literally reconnecting to a new concept. Then ultimately, it changes us from the inside out. If I change my mind, will I change my choices? If I change my choices, will my life change? Why can't I change? What am I addicted to? What will I lose that I'm chemically attached to? And what person, place, thing, time, or event that I'm chemically attached to that I don't want to lose because I may have to experience the chemical withdrawal from that? Hence the human drama.
This life is but a page in an enormous book in which we will always be who we are, but always with the inherent needling of ambitious pursuit, a pursuit that takes us from the boring tedium of self-reflection, of self-hate, into self-creation of new dreams. We only see what we are when we step out of it, and we look back at who we've been.
Whenever our boundaries are contracted, we become identified with a small cocoon, we become unhappy. So the whole idea then is to shift, to extend our boundaries. And then whenever we have expanded the boundaries, we are in that extended, bigger self, non-ordinary state of consciousness, which is the source of our happiness.
When you start to realize what your true nature is, there is no question, there is no answer anymore. And there is just sudden realization. Now you come back from the rabbit hole and you start to perform in this world of illusion and wonder and magic with that understanding that you're never going to die and you were never born.
Knowledge allows the brain to begin to become wired, and we will begin to see what has always existed, but because we live in those routine automatic programs, we're unable to see because we're processing mind from the familiar. To learn knowledge means we're learning new things. And to learn new things means we're gathering information and creating the circuitry now to begin to develop the sensitivity, to begin to see things for the first time.
We are entangled. If you want to call it quantum entanglement, fine, but we are entangled. And there is no real separation between us, so that what we do to another, we do to an aspect of ourselves.
Why do we not see the entanglement? Because evolution has pushed us to not see it. And we get quite good at not seeing it. You know, the sensory input is constructing this image of the world in which the things are separate. But we know through experiments, we know through experience that they're separate, but at some level they're not so separate after all.
We're finding non-locality everywhere, in our bodies, in space, from stars, in regions of the zero-point field. Everything is connected. And so we have this involvement in everything. We are our world. There's no out there. There's no place where we end and everything else begins. We're all connected.
If there's a connection with another mind, we call it telepathy. If there's a connection to some other object somewhere else, we'd call it clairvoyance. If there's a connection that happens to transcend time, we call it precognition. If there's a connection in which my intention is expressed out in the world some way, we might call it psychokinesis or distant healing or something of that sort. So you can go through a list of perhaps 12 kinds of psychic experience that have gotten labels over the years, like telepathy. But this is really just the tip of the iceberg.
We are all connected. I mean, I think the most fundamental thing is we're all connected by an energy field. We swim in a sea of light, basically, which is the zero-point field. And I say, first of all, you get away from the whole idea of separateness, because separateness is the biggest problem of the world now.
Whatever way we observe the world around us is what comes back to us.
One then begins to see others as part of themselves. One begins to see that it's best just to love others and not judge them. That what you do to build another actually builds yourself. You begin to see that you're connected, you're part of a large family.
Love of one's neighbor, I think, is based upon the recognition of neighbor as oneself. Ultimately, of course, when consciousness is developed and education is working, one will perceive other as oneself because we're all one unity. There is only one consciousness, there's only one unified field.
Well, one of the consequences of this entanglement issue is that every thought is received by every other person who can think. Our thoughts have action, have intentions, have consequences that spread out into the world. From a personal basis, my thought is a drop in the ocean. So probably what I think doesn't matter a whole lot. But if there are a billion of me, and we happen to be thinking along the same lines, it probably will be picked up and influence other thinking creatures. So in a sense, if this line of thinking plays out, then one of the consequences may be that we need to be more responsible for our thoughts.
We are all creating the future. We are all creating what is outside of us. None of us are innocent in that regard. If there's something out there we don't like, we can't really turn our backs on it because we're co-creators somehow or other. And we have to do the right things to try to get the future that is best for all of us.
All our separate consciousness, wherever there's consciousness, is merely consciousness by virtue of the fact that my consciousness, your consciousness, are ultimately that. Everything in the universe is really nothing but that. Planets, trees, people, animals, we're all just waves of vibration of this underlying unified superstring field. We are really united at our core. And ultimately the understanding that's emerging will be that there is only one consciousness in this room. And it is you. And it is me. And it is each and every one of us. We individualize our consciousness through the filter of our nervous system. But the consciousness itself, our very inner subjectivity, the self in the big sense, that is universal. And knowing that, knowing it through experience, is called enlightenment, and has been called enlightenment through the ages.
A body has 50 trillion citizens. They live in harmony with each other. And it turns out that every human being, we're beginning to find out, is like a cell in a larger community called humanity. So in biological terms, the organism that's evolving on the planet is not the human being. We already did that. The organism that's evolving is the superorganism called human civilization. And right now, humans are fighting each other and killing each other. And if I say, well, what would that look like inside the body if the cells fight each other and kill each other? And I say, oh, well, that's called autoimmune disease, self-destruction. And autoimmune disease can kill you from the inside.
And that's on the increase, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely, because our biological lives are complements to the environment.
Yeah.
The more stress and more violence on the outside, the more that's taken inside in biology and converted to disruption and disharmony of your own cellular internal community. So all of us are like tuning forks. But if we're all out of tune, then there's a tendency for even a tuning fork that tries to stay in tune will be pushed out of tune by something we call entrainment. And the issue is, how can you survive in this world? And the answer is you must essentially detach yourself from this field around you, not be taken in by the stories, not buy into the fear, not to buy into the threats on our existence, to start to recognize, look, we are creating these lives. If you buy other people's creation, then you manifest what they're creating. If you want what you want, then you have to not get engaged. And the more conscious you become, the less you are affected by the outside fields. And so this rising consciousness that we're seeing is the evolution of humanity to rise above the noise of the background and recognize you are the creator, just like we talked about. If you can create a honeymoon for yourself while you're in love, and everyone started to create a honeymoon for themselves, then all of a sudden the concept of war and violence would disappear, because if everybody's in love and everybody's in harmony and everybody's so excited by being here, then the competition and violence that we live by because of today's beliefs would disappear. And the reality is, we are moving in that direction right now. Day by day, more people are taking back the power of saying, I'm not buying your belief.
You have to be consciously stand apart, don't you?
Yes.
Say, I'm not going to be part of this.
Right. And it's interesting because a lot of people say, well, I'm going to go in there and fight that system. And I go, you know, that's not really good either, because if you're fighting the system, then you're contributing energy, whether it's pro or con, to that system. The way to fight the system is not to be part of the system. And it's fun because I talked to some British people I know, I forgot what they were called, but there were people who are somewhat living all through England, but nobody knows where they are or who they are. They're sort of out there, and they're having this life independent of the government even knowing who they are. And it's like, some level, we all have to start doing that. But when we do that, then we'll find there's more of us than the other ones. And then all of us who are on the outside of the system actually become the new system.
So it becomes this critical point where things start to shift, you feel?
Yeah, more than just positive thinking. It's a commitment and an intention of positive thinking. It also really needs the support of your subconscious belief. Because if your subconscious belief is going, oh, that new age weirdo stuff, if that's what your subconscious is programmed to believe, and yet your conscious mind is the one that says, I will think positive thoughts, and I go back to the data. Only 5% of your life is coming from the conscious mind. So if you're only entertaining a positive thought with your conscious mind, you're only contributing 5% of that to your life. 95% of your life is still coming from the subconscious. And if the subconscious doesn't hold those beliefs, then you're actually fighting yourself and not likely to realize the expression of a positive thought. That's insane. Why? You keep doing the same thing, you're going to get the same thing. And if the habit mind is giving us a story, then the answer says, well, how do I change it? And the answer is change the subconscious mind. because that's where the habits are that we got from other people. Again, this is most important. The fundamental habits in the subconscious mind came from other people, and that's why they rarely match what you want in your conscious mind, which is you. And you create those programs, and yet the fundamental programs of the subconscious were downloaded during that first 6 years of our development. The concept of changing our belief system will allow the garden to come right back to fullness again. So we are in a learning stage to remove ourselves from the beliefs of our current civilization, which undermine not just the humans, but the environment that we're in. And the problem is, we were created as a complement to a certain environment. Since we are destroying that environment, then we are no longer complements to an environment. Then we don't fit by definition. And that is why the scientists recognize we are facing our extinction. So I like to apologize to nature, saying, geez, I'm really sorry, we didn't get it, but bigger physics, called quantum physics. And quantum physics emphasizes the universe is made out of energy, it's not made out of matter. And then I say, well, what does the quantum physicists call this energy that the universe is made out of? I say, well, they call it the field. I say, what's the definition of the field? I love this. Invisible moving forces that influence the physical world. I go, my goodness, that's the same definition as spiritual is used for spirit. I go, yes, quantum physics emphasizing the invisible field as primary to the physical world is essentially reiterating the statement of the spiritual people who talked about the invisible forces shaping our physical existence. And so by definition, science, the new science of quantum physics, is bringing us back into alignment with the spiritual reality. Hopefully, in our own bodies, if you understand the nature of how the cell works, that we are part of the field being downloaded into our body, that we're all, by definition, the field, or we're all spiritual, same definition. And if we recognize this, the unity of it, and that you cannot be taken out of the field.
You're going to be understanding a new idea of self. You're going to be redefining what is self and what is not self. You're going to be redefining how you heal. You're going to be redefining how you interact with the world. You're going to be understanding that healing is not local. You'll be understanding that you are your world, that there is not a division between you, us, and them. You know, if we are a part of this giant whole and this vast ecosphere, and if all of this is available, all this information available to us at every moment from the field, if we're sending and receiving, and we're picking up all the time, if we're delocalized, and we have all this information, then our human potential, as it now exists, is just a glimmer of what it could be. If we're not separate or in competition, then in every aspect of our life, we don't win or lose. We can cooperate. We can create businesses that cooperate. We can look beyond time or space. We have to redefine it. We have to start honoring intuition and understanding that that's an information source every good as our senses. We have to understand and redefine what death is and how we die. Consciousness is far from that computer that it's now described as, and it doesn't turn off at the moment of death. We need another way to be. We have to change the way that we think of ourselves in relation to the world. What's me? What's not me? We have to change how we interact with others. We have to change how we carry out our work. We have to change how we bring up our children. We have to change how we approach our death. Basically, we have to change the whole thing.
The classical world was a segregated world. Things were typically separated. Physics separated from biology, the sciences separated from philosophy, all of this separated from the arts. And one thing that was typically separated was morality. Well, in a universe, in a quantum universe that is wholeness, where everything is interconnected, that changes. The classical system has such a strength because it was so logically consistent. In a system of separate things, the moral principles of aggression and selfishness, Darwin's morality, that's it. You have to do that. It's just part of the game. In such a world, you can also go out in the world. If you can catch a country, you should do it. If you can have a bank and ruin the rest of humanity, you should do that. But when everything is connected, all this changes. Because in a world that is a wholeness, if I cheat him, I cheat myself. Everything good, everything that you do, kindness and love and connection, allows you to be in touch with the wholeness, and that's why it feels so good.
We're all here. This is testimony that this is happening, right? It's happening now. It's not happening tomorrow. The fact that all of us, all of you, all of us are here is a testimony that a shift in consciousness is taking place. I mean, it is actually a primal need of transformation, and I'm quite serious about this. If this transformation does not take place, we have a binary choice. Either we transform ourselves and society, or we reach pretty close to extinction. Not necessarily the Earth. The Earth will find itself. The Earth is an alive entity. It's a Gaia, it's a Gaia, right? As we say in Greek. The Earth will find the next species to take over. The question is, we humans, are we going to be in harmony with the environment, in harmony with ourselves, or are we going to drive ourselves close to extinction, at least in the sense of a modern society? Now, we do have, let me emphasize third time, the intellectual superstructure.
When I'm saying there's a non-empirical part to reality, it is not philosophy, it's a fact. Very simple example. Molecules, atoms, they exist in quantum states. A molecule has practically infinitely many of these states. It occupies one of them, all the others are empty. Empty states, they are mathematical forms. You can't see them because they're empty. There's nothing there to see. But they are there. If they weren't there, molecules couldn't do anything. If the molecules in our body didn't have empty states, we'd fall down where we wouldn't even exist. So these are things that are real, but you can't see them. That's just one simple example. Or, electrons in atoms. We can only understand atoms or molecules using Schrödinger's physics. Schrödinger's mechanics says the electrons in atoms, they are not particles, they are waves. There's no other way to explain their properties. What kind of waves? Probability waves. What are probabilities? They are numbers. The electrons in atoms are forms. And yet, the interaction of these forms determine the visible order of the world. Two atoms meet, their waves interact, they make a molecule or not. The molecules in your body, their waves interact and keep you alive. These waves, they have mind-like properties. Physicists weren't looking for that. They were kind of nudged into this direction, like, okay, so the electrons in atoms are probability waves. Probabilities, they're patterns of information. Information is normally directed to a mind. Potentiality waves, state of potentiality. Your thoughts are potentiality. They are the best way to understand what potentiality is because they are real. You don't know my thoughts, they are real for me. They have the nature of a potentiality because they can come out and express themselves in an energetic way, like in sound, or you write it down or something.
What we begin to understand is that this is the place where science got it wrong. Two places, two assumptions that science has made, modern science. And they're coming full circle and correcting that now. But the first one is that the space that we believe is empty is not really so empty. It's full of a living essence, of a living material that we're only beginning to understand, number one. And number two, the fact, and it is a fact now, that we may have experiences inside of our bodies that influence the world beyond our bodies through the conduit of what's in this space. Western science now is beginning to understand, only in the last years of the 20th and now the first years of the 21st century, it is now a scientific fact that the space between things is anything but empty. It is full of a living, pulsating essence that is so new, scientists have yet to agree on a single term. Some are calling it a quantum hologram, very technical sounding name. Dr. Edgar Mitchell, the former Apollo astronaut, I've had the honor of sharing a stage with him a number of times. He calls it nature's mind. Stephen Hawking calls it the mind of God. Others simply call it the field. In 1944, the father of quantum physics, Max Planck, identified the existence of this field, and he called it the matrix. He said, underlying everything that we see, our bodies included, everything we see in the world around us in our bodies, he said, there is the existence of what must be a conscious and intelligent mind. This is his language in 1944. He said that this mind is the matrix of all matter. So what we know is this, is that we have the opportunity to influence that field in ways now that we're only beginning to understand. It's done through the human heart. It's not a thinking process. Thoughts are important. The ancients made a distinction between thoughts and feelings and emotions. And it's the feelings that are centered in our heart, what are called coherent, heart-based emotions. We know that when we feel a feeling of love, compassion, understanding, forgiveness, when we change the self-esteem, that there's an effect from that it changes the electrical and the magnetic fields in our heart, and that those fields literally change the stuff that our world is made of around our bodies. Our hearts are the strongest magnetic field in our bodies. And our hearts are the strongest electrical field in our bodies, much more so than the brain. While the brain does create those kinds of fields, the heart is many times stronger. And what the science now is showing is that when you can change the field that the atom is in, you change the atom. And we're made of those atoms. So when we have feelings in our hearts, we're changing the field that connects the stuff everything is made of. And we literally are altering our physical reality in ways that sound miraculous in Western science. But again, this is the great secret everyone knows except us, because Western science has only arrived at this understanding. You go to these ancient and indigenous traditions and cultures, it's where they begin. They begin with the understanding, sure, everyth's connected, and sure, we're part of it. And then they take us one step further and they say, here, I'll show you. I'll show you how to create the effects in your body so that you can heal your body and you can heal the bodies of others. You can change your self-esteem and your body will mirror that change. It doesn't have to be a long, slow, drawn-out process. It can happen very, very quickly. Thought is the image of the quantum possibility. So in other words, in the realm of all possibilities, everything already exists. My friend's perfect relationship and the worst one he'll ever have. The lightest of the light, the darkest of the dark. Our greatest healing and our greatest suffering, they're already there. And what they invite us to do in these ancient traditions is to reach into those possibilities with our mind. This is the power of the mind. In isolate, we lock in one of those possibilities. So now we have taken it and identified it. However, to bring it into this world, to breathe life into that possibility is the power of human emotion, our love for that possibility, or our fear of that possibility. Either one will work. To bring that quantum possibility into the particle reality of our everyday lives. We don't have to know that. It sounds very technical. We just have a feeling. But this is the science of, appears to be the science of how these things are working. So this is why our self-esteem is so important. And it's those feelings that they live throughout the day. It's not something you sit down and do for a minute, then you get up and walk away. Rather, it's something that we become. We live our lives as if these experiences have already happened, and in that way we invite them into our lives and they happen frighteningly quickly. So it's about clarity, it's about specificity, it's about being personal, being very clear that these are personal desires. Scientifically, it appears that this field, the divine matrix, it is a mirror and a bridge between our inner and our outer worlds. And it can only give us what we give it to work with. And the interesting thing is that we have been conditioned to feel the feelings of the things that we don't want in life and that we're afraid of. The thinking, they identify with the 3 upper energy centers of the body. The Sanskrit traditions have a 7 energy center or 7 chakra system that they work with. And they say the upper 3 are related to what we call thought or logic processes. So when we think about something, we picture it in our mind, that perfect relationship or peace between nations. But we can only invite it into our lives when we breathe the power of emotion into that thought. The emotion comes from the lower 3 of those creative centers in our bodies. So when we breathe the power of emotion into our thought, we imbue that thought with life. And those 2 energies meet in the one center that is not accounted for yet in our model. It's in our heart, or what scientists call the 7-layer liquid crystal oscillator in the center of our chest, but we'll just call it our heart. Because that's what it does. Our heart is creating electrical and magnetic waves that are influencing the world around us based on what we think and the emotion that we breathe into those thoughts to create the feeling. So now we've just defined feeling. Feeling, by definition, from the Sanskrit tradition, is the union of thought and emotion. It creates the feeling. Now what makes this really interesting is that those traditions say we are capable of only 2 primary emotions, love and whatever we feel the opposite of love is. And when you get really deep into the teachings, there are 2 aspects of the same thing. But what they say is when we have our thought, we are either breathing the love of that thought or our fear of that thought to create the feeling, and the feeling then becomes sadness or joy or compassion or anger. Those are not emotions, those are feelings. Now for some people they say, well, you know, you're nitpicking. What difference could it make? And these are the subtle differences between these ancient ways of viewing this inner technology. It's literally a technology, because we can have the same thought or the same affirmation and imbue it with a different emotion and have completely different feelings and create a different outcome. And this is the great secret that was edited out of our Christian and pre-Christian, Judeo-Christian traditions. When 45 books were removed in the 4th century, 20 were taken out completely. Another 25 were condensed and rearranged. And we know this because we found the information now in the Dead Sea Scrolls, the Nag Hammadi Library, the Coptic, the Gnostic texts. So we know what those texts would have said if we had had them. But the interesting thing is, without those texts, we tend to rely upon the written word, the validation, to feel that power in our bodies. I think everyone senses or suspects that there's an untapped potential in the human body. And the feeling is the prayer. When we lost the words in our most cherished spiritual traditions that tell us that feeling is a language that speaks to our bodies in this world, and we lost the words that validated that, we began to think that the words themselves were the prayers, and if we say, or the affirmations, and if we say those words the right number of times, the right time of day or the right time of year, that we've said our prayer or our affirmation, and then if it doesn't work, we get frustrated and we say, well, my prayer didn't work, or my affirmation's not working for me, because we lost the link with feeling and emotion. In your tradition, in your belief system, what is the force that connects the universe? What's the force that holds everything together? And through the translator, he answered me with one word. And I thought I heard it incorrectly. And I said, would you do that again? And he came back and he answered me with one word, and he said, compassion. And I said, well, wait a minute. I said, is compassion a force that holds everything together, or is it a feeling that we experience in our bodies? And he said, yes. And that was very powerful for me to understand that, because it says that we have the ability to feel in our bodies the stuff that holds this universe together. When we lost the information telling us we're a part of all that we see, we found ourselves on a very technological path without the wisdom of us being in the equation. So we thought that's the world out there and that we're separate from that world. And now what's happened is our technology has come so far that our very existence is threatened by the technology that we've developed, whether it's the wars or the viruses or the climate change. So I believe we've come full circle now to survive our time in history. We've got to write ourselves back into the equation. Our prayers, our affirmations, our beliefs, our language. And when they're spoken through the language of the heart, they have a direct, powerful, and immediate impact on our bodies and the world around us. And it invites us to be very, very aware of what it is that we truly hold in our hearts as is the truth of our world, because we live that in our lives, from the lightest of the light to the darkest of the dark, the greatest fears and the greatest joys. What we're beginning to understand is that human emotion and feeling and belief is literally a language. It's a non-verbal language that this field recognizes and understands. And the field works in what we call real time. It doesn't know about a few minutes from now. So if you say in your affirmation, 20 minutes from now, I'd like for my perfect mate to manifest for me now, it doesn't know about 20 minutes from now. It is a real-time application. And this is why the key, and this is what the ancients say, and this is what the monks and the nuns tell us real-time today. They say to be very specific about what it is that we're choosing to have in our lives, because what we're doing, and it helps if we understand this, what we're doing is in the world of quantum possibility, in the soup, the nebulous soup of all possibilities, what we're doing is we're isolating, we're locking one into place. And if we're not specific about what that possibility is, then how can the field be specific about what it is that it gives to us? Whatever it takes to get us to the point where we can transcend the limits, the laws of physics and biology as we've known them in the past. We have a power within us that transcends those laws, that we're more than our mistakes, that we're more than the suffering, we're more than the limits that we believed in the past. And that is where I say, wow, that really inspires me.
Throughout time, there have been intersecting moments when the cycles of the great cosmic clocks line up in such a way that we're not only given a glimpse of all that is possible, but we actually have the opportunity to step beyond all that we've known as truth and participate in a grander truth within a higher level of consciousness. Consciousness, 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 consciousness.
Out of this vibrant nothingness emerged matter, energy, space, time, consciousness.
It was created by greed. It was created by greed. And fear. And fear. We have to go beyond that. We have to go beyond that.
And the people are starting to realize that they're all connected.
I was no longer a fragment of the universe. I was the universe.
As 6.2 plus billion people of the Earth witness unprecedented changes in their world.
More and more obvious to people that there's a shift going on, a planetary shift.
We are the generation of hope. We are the generation of hope. Another me, another dream.
You cannot escape the responsibility of tomorrow by evading it today.
Don't forget to test your camera. We'll keep track of that, please. That's great. Land home. Okay, Charlie, well, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
Bottom line, the through line, is that they're all speaking about an experience, an inner experience that we have focused on our hearts. What the science now is showing is that those experiences extend beyond our bodies into the world around us, because the field of our heart is part of the world around us and connected with that field. So that when individuals can find a way to create coherence in their lives and become more cooperative, less aggressive, more willing to solve problems together, that experience is transmitted in this field and others begin to find the same experience just because they're in that field. They're in that field. They're in that field.
This chart shows a dotted line going up and down, which is the rise and fall on a daily basis of the number of people who are meditating as a group in Jerusalem. It's all on a volunteer basis. And the solid line represents progress towards peace in the war in neighboring Lebanon. And even before the benefit of statistical analysis, you can almost see from the raw data that progress towards peace, measured by reduced war deaths, reduced war injury, progress towards negotiated settlement among the rival factions. The progress towards peace goes up and down almost in lockstep with the number of people who are meditating as a group, radiating this influence of inner peace to become outer peace. When this was subject to mathematical analysis, the likelihood that this is simply due to some fluke, due to chance, is less than 1 part in 10,000, which for a social scientific experiment is extraordinary. To be able to say something with this certainty, that group meditation prevented war, that is a really remarkable finding. The likelihood that this reduction of war was again simply due to chance and not due to the meditating groups was less than 1 part in 10 million. There is far more evidence that group meditation can turn off war like a light switch than there is evidence that aspirin reduces headache pain.
When we have a feeling in our hearts, we're creating electrical and magnetic waves inside of our bodies that extend beyond our bodies into the world around us. And what's so interesting is the research shows that those waves extend not just 1 meter or 2 meters, many kilometers beyond where our heart physically resides.
The essential interdependence of all humankind, that we are human only through the humanity of other human beings.
Time evolves and comes to a place where it renews again. There is first a purification time, then there's renewal time. We are getting very close to this time now.
What we need is not division, but is love and wisdom and compassion toward one another.
As we end this great 5th world age and find ourselves now at the beginning of the 6th world age of humankind.
A choice right now between fear and love.
We can speak about the essential goodness of all human beings. We've been through rough times. The bad, the evil doesn't have the last word. It's ultimately the goodness and laughter and joy and caring and compassion. Those are what are going to prevail in the end.
we having a black hole. These distinctions no longer become such a dominant factor.